Good morning, everyone. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all of you joining from different parts of the world. Welcome, and my name is Pradeep Channavajula, joining live from Boston, US. I'm your host and guide for the next 2 days. On behalf of the organizing team, QI Global, I welcome you all to the High Maturity Best Practices Summit, HMBP 21. Briefly, QAI is a global advisory and a consulting and workforce development organization, enabling efficiency, agility, and innovation. At QAI, the focus is on enabling capability in people and process to improve the performance. Established in Orlando, US in 1980 by Bill Perry, QAI now has offices in US, India, China, Singapore, and Middle East. Over the past 35 years, we have enabled over 700 organizational transformations in 30 different countries. In alignment with our vision to propagate the best practice, originally we conceptualized the SEPG conference in '99. The HMBP 21 today, is in its new avatar, virtual, live, and paperless, but very committed and true to our original design. The HMBP 21 is designed to bring practitioners together to exchange ideas and learnings, learn from experts and peers, and understand the new developments and trends in enabling high maturity and high performance. From 1999 to 21, the one thing that remained constant, is the incredible work that practitioners like yourself and thought leaders are doing in the space, and our commitment to enabling the conversation through this particular forum. Over the next 2 half days, we will hear 24 practitioners and leaders share their perspectives and insights through keynotes, 10 best practices, 1 panel discussion. There are 4 focus tracks in this year's summit. The first track, which you'll be hearing today, will be around high maturity and superior business performance. The second track would be on high maturity in the context of an agile environment. The third track would be on enabling high maturity. And the fourth track, would be in the emerging directions in performance management. We made all efforts to make the content engaging, relevant to organizations pursuing their journey on high maturity and high performance initiatives. It is sincerely our privilege to have your participation, and we really thank you for being here. This event would not have been possible without the supporters, so we really thank ISACA, for their utmost support in making this happen. We also thank our community supporters, SPIN Chennai, SPIN Hyderabad, the CSI Mumbai chapter, the Sri Lankan Association for Software Companies /COM, Consortium of Information and Software Quality, SSIT, Excellence in Measurement Technology, Fluorite International, PACT, and ISG for advocating and propagating the vision of the summit on our behalf. Without further ado, I invite Navyug Mohnot, CEO QAI Global, to share his welcome note, set the tone, the context, and set the proceedings also of the event in motion. Over to you, Navyug.
Thank you, Pradeep. And a good morning, afternoon, and evening from my side as well. Delighted to have you all participate in the conference. We hope that the next 2 days will be wholesome and valuable and exciting, to say the least. This is as Pradeep said, the High Maturity Best Practices Summit. The earlier avatar was 1999. It used to be called the SEPG conference. I still recall that day. It was at the Windsor Manor, actually the Taj in Bangalore, and the community got together and we did that. It's been many years since. The world has changed, and yet so much in the world remains the same. Of course, as a community, we have evolved to address the needs of our organizations. I still recall fondly how in the physical format, we would have endless nights and transport hundreds of kilos of cartons and name batches and have participation from largely in the city or from the country. So it's wonderful to have everyone from around the world today. This is the new world. Now, while, as I was saying, a lot has changed, a lot remains the same. And we all know that. What remains the same and constant and steadfast is our relationship with the then Software Engineering Institute and then the CMMI Institute in ISACA now. It's been a wonderful 30 years relationship, rich, mutually beneficial, and extremely cordial and supportive of each other. So I'd like to thank ISACA. What remains the same is our commitment as QAI to get the industry thought leaders and practitioners and best practices and try to bring them all together so you can share with one another. And that's been just so delightful. And thank you all who stepped up and said, well, here's the best practice that others can learn from. What has remained constant over these 30 years in the world is our excitement to engage with customers and undertake process improvement journeys. And after 700 of them, the 701, the first of that is we're still as excited as that. And what remains constant is our absolute, what should I say, determination to engage with customers in a high integrity, ethical way, and truly work with them and implement the model and the framework, and not just try and get them a level. And what remains constant is some dear friendships that we've built over the years. Bill Curtis and Ron Radis, Mark Paul. We also had Watts Humphrey visit us, and I can see Bill Curtis here today. Hello, Bill. It's been such a wonderful friendship over the years. So thank you all for supporting us. Now, what has changed? A lot has changed over the years as well, hasn't it? What has changed is while organizations and leaderships want us to deliver consistency, visibility, and lack of variation, they want productivity and quality. That remains the same, but what's also changed is leadership and organizational leaderships require us to be more fluid and create fluid organizations. They require us to create fractal and frictionless organizations. They expect agile behavior. They expect us to be able to change and pivot faster than ever before. They expect us to do innovation on demand and to enable the teams to do innovation and democratize innovation. So I think, clearly there are challenges to our community, and I know all the great work that the whole world and community and the progressive organizations are doing to step up to these new requirements in the new world. Greater customer centricity and greater empathy. All these changes in the business model and engagement models on the fly to be able to change and script. So I hope that the next 2 days are going to throw open some of these questions. They're going to provide insights. Given the incredible attendance and the expertise in this room, quote unquote virtual room, you'll all be able to find some of these answers and help each other. My provocation to all of you is leadership and management want predictability, quality, productivity, lack of variation, etc., etc. They also want frictionless behaviors, fractal organizations, innovation on demand, fluidity, changing business models, changing delivery models on the fly. And it's up to us to rise to the challenge and provide some of the answers. So, and I'm sure the next 2 days and the community that forms beyond that is going to go in a small, humble way to helping each other to do that. So welcome once more, everybody. We're delighted that after a gap of a few years, we're able to do this again. Delighted that we're doing this in the live virtual model so more people can participate from all over the world. Delighted with all the support we've got, and the turnout speaks volumes. So I welcome you once again. Have a good 2 days. I'm going to hand this back to Pradeep so he can get things started and we can jump right into the conference. Once again, welcome. Thank you. Over to Pradeep.
Thank you, Navyug. Thank you for setting a nice tone to the whole event and giving us something to mull over the next 2 days. And really appreciate your perspective on what the business really needs today. Sincerely appreciate it, and thank you for taking time on this. So before we get started, so there are some housekeeping rules and protocols that I'd like to brief you all about. We have 4 different tracks across 2 half days that we have planned this for. Each track is moderated by a track host, who will also provide you a brief context on the track, and he will also be introducing you to the speakers. Your track host will be moderating the question and answers, and also will be focusing on ensuring the timely completion of the talks, should the speakers get a little more excited about the topic and continue on their debate. For the convenience of all the attendees of the summit, to make sure that everyone is clearly listening to the speaker without any disturbance or annoyance, we have muted your audio feeds. However, you can provide feedback to us in 3 different forms. So if you have a question and answer, you'll see a Q&A at the bottom. You can press that button, post your question in the Q&A section. The track host, as well as me, would be watching those. And if there is very interesting questions, we certainly would pose it to the speakers and the panelists. If you like to share anything on the logistics or the mood and the emotion, or how well we are doing or how bad we are doing, you please can post that in the chat. And if you wish to be seen and brought onto the dais, you certainly can raise your hand, and we certainly would give you the opportunity to be visible. Questions are, of course, welcome. So we have given 3 different ways in which you can certainly participate in this particular event. We certainly would love to have your questions. Every talk has 3 minutes to 4 minutes of Q&A session specifically planned for. So please continue to post your questions and try and maximize your learning. Now, we'll also have 2 tea breaks. We'll have a break at the end of every track, just so that you can fill in your cup of coffee, make sure that you're awake, or take a nature break. So feel free, during that 15 minutes, to go through your, routine rituals. Your first track for the day, is on high maturity and superior business performance. It's my pleasure to introduce to you your track host, Mukul Madan. Mukul is a founding partner of QAI Global and an accomplished high maturity lead appraiser and a transformation expert. Mukul, welcome to the summit and lead the way.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Navyug, for kicking this off. Welcome everyone to the first track. That's the high maturity and superior business performance track. As I was asked to host this track, I went down my memory lane a little bit. And I was recalling that while we tried hard to bring in measurements, even at the very beginning, all processes are supposed to be measurable. We were not very successful initially. Measurements were at times just convenient numbers or convenient measures picked up to pass an appraisal or an audit, or they were bringing out something to show unfortunately, they were not related to the business needs or business results. So what the CEOs, the CXOs were asking for, or even what the project or the portfolio managers were asking for, was rarely getting shared. Even though we talked about Victor Basili's GQM approaches, this started to change a little bit. And I remember with CMM, in the year 2000, Rajesh Naik, my colleague, and I, we did a training on statistical process control. This was our first attempt at getting things under control, high maturity practices in place, finding out that key fantastic set of processes or sub-processes which we could control and get fantastic results. It didn't work too well, but the concept and the term high maturity came out in 2006 with the CMI version 1.2 and the associated requirements to become a certified appraiser. They introduced strongly, and not that they weren't there earlier, concepts of modeling, prediction, and being able to look a little bit into the future. And in 2010, this new process area called organizational performance management suddenly linked all of this to business strategy and business performance. That was quite a strange thing. I remember some people getting totally surprised, thought this was a very difficult ask. I even had situations where the management was wondering why all these process improvement guys were now talking about business performance, business strategy. The CMI 2.0, which has come out, and this is the first high maturity best practices conference after the release of CMI version 2.0, revolutionized this approach by making the model even more business relevant, by focusing on performance management and improvement. And that's the focus of this segment also, to get a big picture, a visionary view, and relevance and need and imperative for performance improvement organizations. This track is also focusing on emerging trends, directions, and view of the future. I don't want to take any more time, so I'm going to be requesting, I'm starting off with the first presentation. This is titled Leveraging Analytics in Service Excellence to Drive Business Transformation. And it's by Arun Batra, GDS Client Service Leader at EY, at Ernst & Young. Quick introduction, and then over to you, Arun. Arun leads the EY GDS consulting team across India, Poland, Philippines, and China, with over 2 decades of experience working for some of the biggest brands in the financial services industry across various functions and roles. His priorities include embedding technology and analytics into the offerings, building demand-centric solutions, and advising clients and teams on business transformation driven by the latest technology and data. Over to you, Arun, to hear from your experiences.
Thank you, Mukul. Before I proceed further, just want to do a quick check. Can you see me and hear me clearly? Hello, Mukul.
I can.
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
excellent.
Muted. So, yeah.
It's always in the world of technology, given the way we have been operating for the last 1.5 years, it's always good to do a double check. But thank you and a warm welcome to all the participants and my co-colleagues and panelists over the next 2 days. I'm actually pretty privileged to be a part of, for you inviting me. Special thank you to Navyug and Pradeep for bringing me as the first speaker and setting the agenda. I actually have an anecdote before I proceed further, right? So you talked of SPS, right, in 2000. My association with QI actually goes somewhere in the year of 2004 or 5, right? And, frameworks keep changing. There are different maturity models, different practices which are relevant. And one thing which I remember, and it's something that Navyug highlighted, it is an auditor being ethical. So in 2005, when we were deploying a particular framework, it wasn't CMMI, it was something else. QAI was our lead auditor. And after 9 months of data collection, assessments, showing improvements, QAI still failed us in the first assessment. and I was working with one of the largest banks in the world. And we asked, why did they fail us, right? And one of the things that they highlighted was that the improvement was in some areas, some teams, but they were looking at a full-fledged cultural change across the organization because some of my teams could not cope up for whatever reasons, etc. And of course, we went back to the drawing board, and over the next 6 months, I remember, I will not take the name of the QI auditors that time. I was very peeved, but they helped us, they guided us. But one thing that clearly stood out was whatever framework that we use, unless and until it is deployed and implemented with full authenticity, with full integrity, and with full purpose, it will not serve its true value, irrespective of the certification. So that's the starting point I want to make, right? For any organization to achieve, to consider itself a high maturity organization in processes, it is not just a one-time job. It has to be sustained over a period of years, which requires a very significant organizational cultural change. Of course, subsequent to that, I moved on to different organizations, and yeah, then CMMI became a part of my life. Actually, it's been a part of my life for the last 12 years and thereafter. So when I joined EY 4 years back, we were already deploying CMMI, of course, the earlier version, and we were one of the first few companies to get certified on CMMI, the new version 2.0. What I'm going to talk about is, how are we leveraging data? How are we leveraging analytics to move away from just a high-performing organization to an organization which is helping create more business insights and bring that level of stickiness with business users, right? So one is about providing information, and second is providing insights. And while today we have a lot of data, many of us struggle in bringing together this data in a structured way. It's lying in different applications, different sources, and different contexts. But how do you contextualize all this data to really create an insightful driven organization which can drive business transformation? I'll share my screen. Okay, I hope all of you can see my screen. So what I'm going to, I've been in this industry for slightly more than 27 years. I will not go through my background. Mukul mentioned that. The last 21 of the 27 years have been in the outsourcing industry across both business process management and now very significantly in technology-enabled transformation. I was the head of consulting till about a month back. Today, I lead consulting, assurance, which is audit, strategy, and transaction stacks across entire EY Global Delivery Services, where we provide services to third-party clients. So this is not an internal organization. We support projects, for many of the Fortune 1000 companies. So what is really business transformation, right? Many teams, there are many different interpretations of what is business transformation. I've tried to create a word cloud just to give it a little bit of a more context. Sometimes it is referred to, right, there are disruptive technologies coming in, a business transformation, how does it address rising customer expectations? Mukul referred to about disruption in operating models. It's about, are we redefining the business value that we are creating? Today, business models are also opening up questions on future of work itself. So business transformation has many, many elements to it. And what we are going to do is that how, as a firm, leveraging frameworks, we are able or we can drive a business transformation which is far more contextual. From a continuum of perception of service providers, from the traditional, which was usually measuring service providers on productivity, cost, schedule variance, it has moved up the value chain from an expectations perspective, from defects, utilization, chargeability, to how you can improve my gross margin, how you can improve my customer loyalty, how you can actually help me get more customers itself, right? So today's business transformation, the business metrics that we are being asked or that we have to measure ourselves to, are moving more and more towards the right-hand side. Having said that, I do not want to underplay the left side, because in spite of a 25 plus years of outsourcing journey, many organizations are still struggling even to get the first part right. And they are in various levels of their own maturity. From a customer's perspective, which is management, which is the right-hand side, right? The expectations could be on, improving operational efficiencies, driving financial efficiencies, improving financial effectiveness, and now, very critically, ensuring sustainability. Many organizations are defining metrics which are now focused, I would say, not more on sustainability, but from a reporting perspective, the introduction of ESG and driving shareholder value on how firms are performing on the ESG metrics becomes all the more critical. So in this environment, what are the frameworks that we are usually looking at, right? And what do these frameworks provide from a metrics perspective? At the bottom of the pyramid, we have traditionally dealt with the delivery-related metrics on engagement maturity, scores, sentiment analysis. We have talked of business value. There are concepts and frameworks that have come into place in terms of measuring business value index. Business value index in terms of what is the difference that you're making to the end customer's business scores. And of course, customer satisfaction. There are new and varied parameters coming on customer satisfaction, right? From the traditional CSAT to NPS to top scores to sentiment analysis, etc. But this is now being overlaid with what we call capability enablers, service excellence related metrics. So today, for example, when we talk of people metrics, in an organization today, the people metrics are spread across a very diverse set of applications. So how you measure, how you track the various skills that an individual has, what are the learning and development training interventions that need to be done, where is attrition happening, forecasting future attrition, linking it to the demand that is coming in. How do you bring all this data together into a singular data lake, which helps you immediately highlight that a person is either available with a certain skill set for a certain demand, which is forecasted to come in a month or so from now. And if a person is not available, but the person has skill sets A, B, C, but does not have F or G, and what interventions you can do in the next 1 month to get an individual ready. For all this to happen, of course, one needs to get the data collated, analyzed, structured, and then create the appropriate insights. Similarly, for business growth, which we track predominantly from an accounts perspective, it could be market segments and as well sectors or industries. Last but not the least is market outreach. Again, from an insights creating organization, if you want to deliver insights to your user community, the number of engagements that any mature firm is running, any large firm is running, it is so diverse. How do you bring all the use cases, stories together, rather than trolling through the various internal intranet websites or external material that is there? How do you credentialize and how do you bring all these stories together and present a point of view which is relevant to your account? Again, this requires a very significant element of structuring data, creating a platform, and building a layer on it, which creates insights. And I will cover that to an example of how we are trying to do that in EY. From an analytics perspective, you're familiar, I'm sure each one of us are familiar with these three words, what they really mean, right? Predictive analytics, based on certain actions taken, based on certain rules that are input, if certain thresholds are breached, actions are automatically triggered. That is called predictive analytics. Prescriptive analytics is a little bit more contextual, which means, yes, certain triggers are breached, but there are actions which need to be contextualized to that particular industry or that particular account. And options are thrown up by your insights platform, based on which one can take actions. So it could recommend two routes or two paths. And you have a human which kind of intervenes to direct a certain action for a certain rule. And the third one, which is what we call cognitive. Cognitive is basically based on all the actions that we have already taken in the past. Can I take actions proactively before even certain thresholds are breached? Today, we have tools which are in place, particularly when we are running managed services deliveries, where we have got cognitive actions, cognitive triggers in place based on history, a lot of data that exists, where the tools take action before even certain thresholds are breached. So this is the power that is being leveraged through a combination of data. The whole challenge is how do we bring this disparate data that is residing across different parts of the firm as well as externally. And I will share that through an example in the subsequent slide. Don't get into what the dashboard is. The key summary of this dashboard is, it's an example of a particular engagement for an insurance implementation that we are doing, an insurance digital transformation implementation that we are doing. It tracks the traditional metrics, traditional agile DevOps metrics, right? Productivity, efficiency, how many cards are still pending, what is the burn down rates, bugs, what are the security issues, what are the recommendations of the security issues that were suggested. It has got an inbuilt intelligence today that based on the suggestions given in the past, it suggests certain recommendations from addressing certain security issues. The bigger thing that is the most important thing that is created here in this particular dashboard, it's got an insights metrics. This insight metrics, and you see it at it's a small box at the right-hand corner. This insights dashboard actually suggests, given the number of, for example, insurance digital transformations that we have executed of a similar size, scale, nature, based on a certain product type, let's say for a specific state, what should have been my effort? What is my current effort? What should have been my, ideal number of bugs, security issues, recommendations? So there's a lot of history that has now been input into the system. This is based on 162 implementations of a similar nature. What we try to do in the input is become as granular as possible so that when the analysis is done, the insight is given which is very relevant. So we have to ensure that if I'm trying to compare a particular implementation for a particular country, for a particular product type, for a particular policy type, for a particular market segment type, for a particular county type, what are the kind of issues that we experienced in the previous implementations? And this is where we really leverage the power of data that is there. It has been in existence in many firms for a long time. But what we have traditionally suffered from, that this data either resides in client environments or inability to extract it from client environments, or it resides in a very distributed manner. So how do you bring all this disparate data together to really create a very powerful insight for your customer? Now, while this insight is a very engagement-specific insight, it now is getting married with what we call an account-specific insight. So let me explain an account-specific insight. which is helping us create what I would say, helping service providers like ourselves to move up the value chain and become a much more intelligent enterprise. As a consulting organization, of course, we have access to a huge amount of market data. We have access to a huge amount of internal data. We have access to a huge amount of internal data across different parts of the firm. Projects, we are today executing projects across 100+ countries over the years. So how do you bring all this information together? Today, by using keywords, right? Keywords around solution type, keywords around services, keywords around particular regions. Within that, I could go down by countries, keywords around certain technologies that have been used. It could tell me, the system today tells me that, Arun, hey, for the implementation that you did for an insurance customer in Texas for the auto policies, there is a similar implementation done by someone, and it need not necessarily be EY, right? There is an implementation done by someone, whether in EY or outside, where based on that implementation, there were certain functionalities that were used or added. And now can you use or enhance the product that we are creating? Is there an opportunity to enhance the product that we are creating, which can add that layer of value to my customer and help him bring the differentiation? A case in point, for a digital bank in Korea, I will not get into the name. It's a very, very agile development that happened, a very famous digital bank that was created. That bank, in a short period of 30 days, actually ended up opening about, I think, 1.5 million or 2 million accounts in Korea. Now, for a customer who is exploring a similar journey in Belgium, has approached us to develop a digital bank solution. And of course, we are in the implementation phase. But by using this platform that we have, the internal data that we have and the external data that we have, we can bring in those insights to have a much more richer conversation in how to make a digital bank of the future, keeping the nuances of the local consumer in place, which may be relevant and help this new customer achieve market success. So our ability to marry the production data that is there with an industry and an account specific data can bring in a far more insight-driven discussion, right? Which is what I would say creates an intelligent enterprise. And this is where mature service providers are moving to. Frameworks, as I mentioned, only allow us to create, they provide a boundary, they force an element of structure, but of course a framework is as good as its usage in a consistent way. So that's kind of what I wanted to share, where we are in our journey, how we are leveraging frameworks, how we are leveraging technology, how we are leveraging data, how we are leveraging research, bringing all of this together in a very comprehensive way to have a richer dialogue to help our consumers or help our clients in their own digital transformation. Thank you. If there are any questions, would be happy to take.
Thank you, Arun. I'm going to give a couple of minutes for the people to put in any questions. Yes, we have a question. I'll read it out.
Yes.
Sir, you are speaking about using historic data from various implementations done earlier. Do you get explicit permission for using the client metrics data, even if it's dirty or masked to an extent? In my opinion, the key metrics for a company are pretty confidential, and they would not be too keen to know if that is used in a comparative analysis or benchmark in any way?
Absolutely right. So obviously you cannot use comparative data, but production data, so you do need permission. And there are certain elements of data which are permissible, certain elements of data which are not permissible. So you're absolutely right. Second, you have to marry it with the second platform that I mentioned. In the second platform, there is a lot of data that is available externally. It has to be bought, it has to be purchased, right? If you marry the second data with the first data, that is what delivers the insights, not production data by itself in isolation. And obviously, you cannot use proprietary data without customer permission. But the core element is the second piece, which drives the insights. And today we miss that, our abilities or our, I will not get into which company, etc. A lot of delivery discussions in the past have progressed or have mostly happened on transactional basis, right? Okay, I've executed this project, this is the overflow, this is the burn, this is pending, these are the defects. That is very transactional data.
Okay, I have a few more questions that have come up, and I'll read them out as well. The first one, hi, did you mention about the data being distributed and behind the privacy walls? Any insights as to how you overcame these constraints and were able to get these dashboards going?
Yeah, so we deploy our operational dashboard, operational platforms into the client environment, and we give them access to it. And that allows us to access the data. And post masking, of course, we are able to extract and massage it in an appropriate manner. Of course, some places we don't get permission, which is a constraint. It's a big constraint in business operations. In my previous organization, where I was the head of business operations, it's a pretty big challenge. So those are issues for sure. And I can relate to what you're saying. There's a question on bot data.
Yes.
I mean, it's a very straightforward answer. Actually, there's a lot of industry-specific, company-specific data that is available by reputed service providers. There could be financial data from Bloomberg. There's a lot of research material that is available by professional firms. You should be able to figure that out, I would say.
The question on agile projects, I'm going to ask you to skip. I think we'll keep it for Ramesh's presentation.
Yeah.
But there's a question on tools generally used for business intelligence.
Yeah, of course. From a production perspective, whether it is Jira, but we use a lot of business objects, Power BI, and some of the related tools.
Okay. I'm going to jump up and down a bit. So what are the key data that you suggest to keep for a company to measure the performance, and what performance metrics are you suggesting for a software company?
Can you just repeat that again?
Right. What this may be very specific, so you may not choose to do this. What are the key data that you suggest to keep for a company to measure performance, and what performance metrics are you suggesting for a software product?
I mean, obviously there are traditional metrics around defects and objects, but there are business metrics which are very contextual to the industry for whom you're doing the engagement. Those business metrics would really vary by the kind of engagement that you're doing, right? So,
okay,
and there are a host of business metrics. So,
I'm going to go to one last question. We are just on the edge of time.
Yeah.
So this is different organizations may have different definitions for some of their measures. How do you reconcile the differences, and get to the point where you can aggregate the data in meaningful ways?
Yeah, this is a great question. We do come across this challenge, right? When you are sourcing data in particular from third parties, right? So how do you ensure that the third parties, if you're sourcing multiple data points, right, that the understanding of that metric is the same? In some places where there is, we take our, I would say, intelligent assumptions and move forward if there is little bit of ambiguity. If there is too much ambiguity, then we may even drop that data. But when there is an ambiguity, some level of ambiguity, we do use our own internal judgment. We see clarifications, but then we also use our own internal judgment and move on.
Okay. Arun, I'm going to thank you for taking out this time and providing us information. This was interesting to see how data gets aggregated and becomes useful. I believe one of the future progressions for CMMI version 2.0 is also in integrating data maturity model practices. So we might see even more of this focus in the future. But that's for our next speaker to talk about. And Arun, if there are any other queries that you'd like to answer in an offline manner, you're welcome to do so. You can see them in the Q&A.
Sure.
Right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mukul.
Yeah, and just to add, Arun, we will also be sharing this question and answers with all the speakers, so that they can certainly look at them and provide their perspectives and answers, which we will share with the attendees. Over to you, Mukul.
Thank you. Thank you. And let's get to our next presentation. That's the keynote from Ron Lear, Senior Director, ISACA CMI Program. This is on streamlining business capability and performance with CMI. Ron, I'm presuming, is well known out here, but I'll try to make his long introduction a bit short. So he's the ISACA Senior Director for the CMI program with over 35 years of experience with continual performance improvement, product development, engineering, service operations management, supply chain, and quality management. He was involved with the CMI version 2.0 product development, being the chief architect for that, involved with Hmbp and CMMC. He's done over 300 appraisals. He's a certified high maturity lead appraiser, and he's covered a very wide range of domains. If I start reading them, I'll eat into his time. Just to add one more bit, and that's an important one because it's coming in the immediate future as well. Ron is ISACA's lead for the US government and Department of Defense CMMC efforts. He's an active member of the CMMC accreditation body, assessment method working group, and is a primary author for the current CMMC assessment process. He's also a CMMC registered practitioner, provisional assessor, and candidate provisional instructor. Over to you, Ron.
Great, thank you, Mukul. Good morning, good evening. Thank you all. I would like to say, are you all able to see my screen first?
I can. You may want to put it in the slide presentation mode.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, how does that look?
This is great.
Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit more about CMI high maturity, but before I do so, I would like to say thank you to QAI and to all the folks who helped coordinate this on behalf of ISACA. We're very honored to be here. I'm very honored to be here, and very excited to share with you some of what we're seeing from how CMI 2.0 is being adopted and getting real business results, including high maturity, but also even at levels 2 and levels 3. So we're going to go into that in quite a little bit of detail here. Now, I don't want everyone to panic when they see the slides here because we do have quite a bit of information for you to share. So what I'm going to do here is basically hit highlights of each of these slides. We will be presenting and providing these slides for you all to be able to look at, reference, and so forth. So they will be available to you. So first and foremost, why are people adopting CMMI? And this is a new question, not the old question of why people adopt CMMI, because the old question came around is, because a lot of governments and a lot of large prime contractors, et cetera, required it in their RFPs. As a result, a lot of adoption from CMMI happened from that kind of business driver. But then we saw a lot of organizations actually continue with CMMI after they got through their maturity level rating. And it was no longer necessarily required in their contracts, but they kept using it because it actually helped them with better performance. And that's really what my talk today is all about. It's how you can use every aspect of the model, but most particularly high maturity, to improve how your business does its capabilities. And we define capabilities at ISACA as basically anything an organization that does well, that drives meaningful business results for them. I'm going to go over to the circle on the right here. This is really critical. 54%, almost more than half of the organizations, when we went and did this assessment in this survey, were not measuring what mattered to them. And if you start looking to the left here, you're seeing ripple effects of that, citing difficulties in monitoring plans, making adjustments. They're not encouraging the employees to build organizational capabilities, no established planning processes, and no standard processes, process assets made. And what Arun just said was I thought pretty spot on from the perspective of instrumenting your processes to make sure that they were working for you rather than against you. So why do you build capability? Capability builds new value, both for you and for your customers. And as you go through this transition process, Arun talked about digital transformation, which is a change management process, right? You're bringing the entire organization along, and the people, as they start to understand and rely on how these processes can help them do their job, they actually kind of coalesce together, and it actually builds on and strengthens their key capabilities, and they start to challenge each other to improve performance. So it's not just my project doing well, how can your project do better using similar activities, similar capabilities, similar practices? All this leads to increased customer satisfaction, new and repeat business, increased profitability, improved quality, less rework. And I'm going to show you some slides towards the end here, just a teaser from the performance report summary that we did from our initial adoption of CMMI 2.0. I'm excited to tell you that we've got new data coming in on that, and we're working on very hard to get that out to you as well. In the first batch of 2019, when 2.0 was first launched and we started accepting appraisals, we had just under 100 organizations adopt CMMI. Shout out to India, because India was one of the top countries that actually started adopting 2.0. I'll show you a slide on that in just a few minutes as well. But who's using CMMI? Well, you can see by some of the logos here, pretty much most of the major companies around the country and the world that we know of. When I say country, I'm thinking of, for example, upper left here, every branch of the United States military has some aspect of CMMI in it. We know that the current government federal budget for the United States, for example, has about somewhere between $560 and $978 million of active annual contract value that have CMMI requirements in it. When you look at the contract for the life of the contract, so some of those contracts may be 3, maybe 5, maybe 10 years old. Now you're talking more into the $2 billion range of organizations that are basically providing services to other companies, to the governments around the world, using CMMI to actually deliver their capabilities and their products and their services, and to manage their supply chain. So what type of industries? Okay, it's across, and this is something that was really kind of eye-opening to us, because we were thinking the third line here, the third bar, government and public services, would be number one, because that's where CMMI essentially was born, right? But if you look at financial services and transportation are both outpacing that by a couple of points, in some cases in financial institute quite a bit more. But you have telecom, you have business management, you have IT, healthcare. We talked about MDAP, the Medical Device Discovery Appraisal Program. Defense is in there, obviously. That's also a traditional space for CMMI, as is aerospace. But if you start looking through the rest of these, even though we're past the initial Pareto of the top 80% here, there's still a lot of broad variety across the entire country. We have one organization, for example, there's a small restaurant in the Gold Coast of Australia that actually use CMMI for people, CMMI for services, and CMMI for development to actually set up the restaurant. It is one of the most popular restaurants. It's booked out months in advance, and it continually performs and does really, really well. So we're really happy to see that CMMI is getting adopted. So one of the things we did with 2.0, we heard very loudly from the community that we did not want another 1.4, just kind of a repolish or rehash of the previous version. So we turned CMMI completely upside down. And one of the ways we did that, besides focusing on this aspect of performance, we made a shift to stop emphasizing compliance first and looked at performance first, with compliance as an outcome of that. So it's a real fundamental shift in how CMMI is being built. It's how CMMI is being adopted. And the reason is, when you think about it, when you're focusing on compliance only, you're typically going in and assuming that the quality and performance is a guaranteed outcome, but that is not always true. In fact, most of the time it's not true. And we've seen this over and over. We have a lot of data on this for cross industries, that the different types of industries that I just showed you. But when you focus on compliance, you have a tendency to be inflexible. That puts long-term change, innovation, improvement at risk, because you're still, oh, I can't do that. I'm going to break my ISO, or I'm going to break my CMMI requirements. You want to make sure that that compliance is not getting in the way of your additional innovation activities and your performance improvement. There's also a tendency that when you're focused on compliance, compliance becomes an end in and of itself, which causes a lot of administrative overhead. And it usually doesn't provide very clear value to performance or to the bottom line. However, a focus on performance gives organizations long-lasting organizational innovation, agility, and performance improvement capabilities. It also allows them to use objective data, as Arun was just talking about, related to business performance improvement. And it provides you the ability to look at both qualitative and quantitative indicators. Now, when we talk about agile organizations, so I think many of you may know, I just did a similar keynote talk with Google about about a month and a half ago now, it was in June. And Google found that as they were deploying their programs, all of Google's projects are using Agile. They're all sort of self-contained, self-managed teams. But the challenge they have run into is it doesn't scale well, and it gives barriers, internal process barriers to actually innovation and integration. So I want to point this article out from January of 2019, the Harvard Business Review. If you haven't read the article, it's a really solid read. It's also a very quick read. But basically it's saying innovation performance improvement does require discipline. So Agile for Agile's sake is great, but a lot of Agile implementations are put in place just simply saying, well, we don't need to do the process stuff. We'll just follow our Agile stuff and it'll take care of itself. That's not what the data is telling us. What the data is telling us is that there needs to be a rigor. There needs to be a high level of individual as well as organizational accountability. And there has to be really strong leadership. So this is one of the reasons that governance and implementation infrastructure came to be in CMMI 2.0, is to keep this focus on this high level of individual and organizational accountability, but also on strong leadership. Now, what we also did with 2.0 is we used the value statements. So I think most of you are aware that we now have value statements for every PA, every practice area, as well as every practice. And we used those value statements initially when we were redoing the model, and taking 1.3 and transforming it to 2.0. And if we could not figure out from a business perspective, multiple contexts, what the value of that particular practice was, that practice got removed from the model, because it meant that organizations aren't really seeing any value for it. It's not really helping them improve their capability or their performance. So we use those value statements pretty thoroughly in many aspects of how you adopt the model. You can use it for tracking your journey as you move from level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It gives you that very clear evolutionary path to improve capability and performance, but it also, starting at level 1 even, it now gives you the building blocks and the foundations for high maturity. And they're grouped at every practice group levels that can move from this pitch from reactive mode to proactive mode to predictive mode, where you can actually start predicting using high maturity what type of performance and what type of capabilities you're going to get out of your organization and out of your projects. So the performance report purpose, and this is a new aspect or new feature of CMI as well. The performance report did not exist in version 3. Its purpose is to help the appraisal teams and the organizations assess, capture, and validate their own capability and performance results. So think of it as another tool in the toolbox for allowing them to identify what's important to their business objectives, their project objectives. So this is not just an appraisal artifact. That's first and foremost. And I know there's a perception out there from some folks that, you know, the performance report is, oh, well, that's just part of the CMI appraisal process. When used well, using the performance report on day one with your sponsor, it becomes a very powerful tool, not only for the appraisal team, but also for the organization. And I know organizations, a couple of them have just gone through and reported back to us that they're actually building the performance report into their processes because it was such a valuable tool to them. They did not really realize what kind of performance results they were getting out of 2.0 in several cases of level 2, level 3. So we're using now the performance report. This is our MDD requirement now, to use that performance report to corroborate and validate and verify that the appraisal findings and the improvement results are consistent. So if you're looking at a maturity level 3 rating, for example, or let's say a level 4 or a level 5, what you need to be able to see then is that data has to be supported and demonstrable in the performance report. It should be easy for someone to follow the threads in there for each business objective to see how they're actually assessing their tangible and measurable improvement results. What this also does then is enable what we've referred to as the self-raising bar at high maturity. As you move into high maturity, organizations that go through level 4 and level 5 appraisals, typically the next time around when they come through their next validity period, whether it's 2 years with a sustainment appraisal or 3 years with a benchmark appraisal, there's new information there. There's new efforts, there's new performance results. It's not enough for an organization to say, hey, I did these improvements last time, I'm doing the same improvements this time. That's not what level 4 and level 5 is all about. It's really looking at this systematic approach to continually improving your performance. It provides these anchor points to make performance improvement clear, transparent, intentional, and consistent. But anyone who's already pursuing high maturity or who's already attained high maturity, populating the performance report is the easy button. It's a very straightforward approach to just basically capture your business objectives. And what we've done now is actually provided a step-by-step guide for completing the performance report for those organizations using it and for appraisal teams. So let's just talk about high maturity for a second. And before I skip over this slide, I want to make sure that this point is really clear. This is a no-brainer business decision. When you do CMI high maturity correctly, better performance simply pays for itself. Period. I could just stop my presentation right there because that is one of the key outputs of high maturity is that organizations actually have their processes instrumented well enough to know what their capabilities are, what their performances are, and where they want to focus next. So it allows them to understand both their past and predict future quality and process performance objectives and measurement results. It enables them to align their activities using the statistical and quantitative methods to plan, monitor, and control progress against their objectives, whether it's cost performance, schedule performance, quality improvement, defect rates, et cetera. All of those are some of the most common things we've seen. I've got a couple of slides on that. But these organizations and projects are then using this resulting information to understand their performance, to understand what type of variation they have going on, and to be able to target continuous improvement and evaluate those improvement impacts. So you can use high maturity to actually assess whether or not your improvement's going to work. Another very powerful tool. And how many organizations have tried something new, a new CRM system, a new ERP system, overhauling their financial system, only to find that it didn't get them the results they wanted because maybe they only focused on the system side, but they didn't have really clear measurements in place. When implemented correctly, CMI maturity not only pays for itself, it's repeatedly and statistically proven that can predict its own cost benefit and return on investment numbers. Right now, those numbers are ranging around 5 to 5 to 1 to 9 to 1. and as few as 6 to 9 months. If you're an agile project, you can actually cycle through these things faster, demonstrate whether things are working better. Shorter life cycle times mean much more frequent iterations. So there's an old project management saying that says cost, schedule, and quality are your priority choices, but you can only pick 2. Oddly enough, high maturity gives you the capability to address them all simultaneously. We've seen this over and over from organizations who have adopted high CMMI and are implementing high maturity. It allows them to actually know, if I make this change to my defect rate, here's going to be the effect on my cost and schedule. If I make this change over here on my productivity of my team, here's my impact on quality and on the defect rates. They know how those things work because their processes are implemented in such a way that it allows them to do what this slide is showing. It's not rear view mirror management. It's not after the fact. It's not every 6 months we're going to measure something. It's I'm using all the measurements that I have across the model, across my organization, to be able to determine what is the thing that's most important to my project, that's most important to my organization. That's what we're going to measure. And we're going to continually measure it in near real time to be able to move from this proactive state to a more predictive state. So what are some of the prerequisites for high maturity? Organizations can use this at all levels. They have to understand it's not an add-on or something else they do on top of the regular work, right? This is how they actually perform their work. The measurements, the quality of focus, the focus on measurement and performance is the heart of what they do. It also allows you to have practice levels 2 and 3 in place. So for example, practice level 3 helps to achieve that consistency across the organization, but it doesn't yet provide the insight into the variation that you would need at level 4. So it starts to build, back to those, my earlier point, those building blocks. And again, you need those operational defined measures, and you need a robust measurement program at level 3. So these are all some of the key prerequisites. We have seen instances where appraisals come in, organizations are saying that they're maturity level 3. We look at the performance report and we don't see operationally defined measures. We don't see robust measurement programs. So we go in and look at those and make sure that we're talking to the lead appraiser of the organization to make sure that we're interpreting things consistently across everyone who's adopting CMI. Now, I'm not going to cover these. These are things out of the model that you can do. I just want to highlight a couple things. You can still do trend analysis, for example, level 2 and level 3, but it's not at the same level of rigor. It's not the same level of discipline that you would have at level 4 and 5, where you're using historical baselines to understand your process variation. And you're starting to understand both types of variation there: common cause, special cause, and or assignable cause. Special cause and assignable cause are used interchangeably, and we do that in the model as well. Common cause is the normal process variation that you would see after special cause is removed. And I know many of you familiar with high maturity know what those terms, and I don't want to go into the high-end terms of high maturity right now, but I do want to focus on some of these basics at level 2 and 3 have to be in place to ensure that level 4 and 5 are done as an organization to understand their variation and find out whether or not they're actually improving. So they've moved from this rear view mirror to an advanced, ever improving navigation system. It allows them to be confident, to know where they're going, understanding both common and also to understand what the controllable factors are. You can't control everything. I walked into one organization, for example, and said, we're measuring customer satisfaction. That's driving how we're doing our maturity. I said, how do you control customer satisfaction? Well, customers fill out surveys. I said, but that's not controlling the process behavior. It doesn't have an impact on what you're doing as an organization. So it's something that you have to do internally. You can do this and you can apply CMMI and high maturity to your customers, but that has to be done in a way where the process set that you're using supports it. For example, I might have a requirement that when I'm doing my testing, final testing is handed off to the customer to do. Well, if that's the case, you can certainly build your processes in place and instrument those processes so that those customers actually can see how this is working. So let me just quick highlight. This slide contains a couple of links for you. If you haven't seen this, I would like to have you all go take a look. The link on the left is the full detailed set of slides. I'm going to just show you a couple highlights. The one in the middle is more of an executive summary around how the performance report summary is working and how, for organizations. Now, this is based on the initial adoption of 2.0. The really good news is we have now 3,566 organizations who have now adopted CMMI through some sort of an appraisal. It's been reported to ISACA, and we're taking that data to recreate and update the next version of this report. So we're hoping to have something out later this year to show you how CMMI is actually helping get better, tangible, consistent performance results, and allows organizations to continually focus on their habitual performance improvement. So you can see here, 70% of the objectives, really when you look at it, the not achieved box here on the second one from the left, 19.46%, that's just a snapshot in time. Those organizations were on the way to actually achieving their target. It's just because the appraisal happened when they weren't finished with doing that particular work. So if you add those two together, now we're talking about nearly 90% of those targets achieved. Improvement category showing significant improvement for quality, productivity, cost, performance. So again, I'm not going to go through every one of these slides. They're left here just so you can see. These numbers kind of jump out at you though, seeing that there's consistently better performance improvement across the board. No matter what organization's targeted, they're getting better performance using CMMI. In some cases, it's very dramatic. 13% for productivity, pretty decent. But when you go back and look at things like 25% increase in quality, work product quality almost increased by 40%. That's pretty amazing kind of results. And it's consistent. We're seeing it across the organization. Look at this one, 95% of organizations are meeting their performance schedule. What organizations wouldn't want that kind of schedule performance? And these are just a few organizations talking. So I have just a few minutes left and I want to make sure we leave at least a few minutes for some Q&A here. So recap, this is about improving for business performance. It does help you build agile resiliency and scale, but it does so by instrumenting your processes from performance. It also increases the value of benchmarking. We are planning, as was said in the last presentation, we are planning on moving into CMMI for data, taking the DMM and rolling that into the CMMI next year. We've got other particular updates that we're going to be doing to the model as well. I think most of you are aware that security and safety has been recently released, but we want to be able to create this sort of real-time dashboard benchmarking capability so different organizations can go look at how they're using CMMI and how it can actually help them achieve and their consistent benchmark targets, such as improving lifecycle cost, reducing lifecycle cost, preparation time, and so forth, and also to help them accelerate adoption. So with that, what kind of questions do we have? I'd love to hear what's on your mind.
Yep. Thank you, Ron. I think the slide on moving from process to performance improvement did cause some interesting feedback. So people, at least one person liked it. Another person says, perhaps compliance focus had the advantage to bring the organization to a common level of organizational process at maturity level 3. The performance focus at levels 4 and 5 historically allowed to work from common process baseline for improvement. So I think this is the fundamental change in 2.0. So I'd like Ron to just clarify this part.
Yes, and that's a great question, Sam. And let me just point out, you're dead on right. We're not saying compliance isn't important. We're saying compliance has to be coupled with performance outcomes. Otherwise, it becomes meaningless. It becomes a box checking activity. Can you get results out of a compliance only focus? The answer is yes. And your question shows how that can do it. It actually helps organizations become more common on how they're doing their processes at level 3. That gives them the ability to launch into maturities level 4 and 5. So absolutely focusing on compliance. I can tell you a lot of organizations, a lot of projects I've talked to, it's like, well, when I first started doing this measurement stuff, it didn't really make any sense and it was adding a lot of burden, but now I see how it's actually helping me do my job better. I can also see how my projects are working better because I can now move people from project to project. I see better fungibility that way, but I can also see how those projects are all getting better performance by having a common process set to follow from.
Okay, one quick one from Pat. Oh, there are lots of them which have queued up. Okay, quick one is, would the sustenance appraisal look at the previous benchmark appraisal report? I think that's
Yes, that is correct, Pat. That is exactly what we're expecting people to do. So we're going to be looking at how they've done from the last time. I would turn your question back a little bit, say not only will ISACA be looking at it, but we're expecting the appraisal teams to look at it as well, because you need to see what I was talking about earlier, that self-raising bar at level 4 and 5. The appraisal team needs to see that that's in play when they come back for either the sustainment or a subsequent benchmark appraisal.
I think there's, let me see. Is there a threshold beyond which the high maturity practices pay for itself? That's an anonymous attendee question.
Yeah, so what I can tell you is we've seen organizations with very small teams actually start to achieve high maturity, and in a way that actually does start to pay for itself. So agile teams have an advantage, as I said earlier, in that their life cycle iterations tend to be more frequent than, say, a waterfall or rapid prototyping, et cetera. In those cases, we do see and we do have evidence that even small agile teams, if they're putting the right process discipline in place and they're using the measurements correctly, they can actually start to see that pay for themselves kind of approach fairly quickly. When you see that range that I talked about, the 5.5 to 1 to 9.1 within 6 to 9 months, the agile projects are closer on the lower end of that scale, meaning that they get there quicker because they can do more iterations. Just think about it this way. Each time they run through and do a sprint, they can actually recycle the process that they had last time, but this time have an improvement in place that their high maturity program told them we needed to make this change to make it sure that it was actually working. That's a proactive move. It's a predictive move when you're using the data to say, what if? And you use that data to say, we think if we make this change, we have a 95% probability and confidence level that the change will actually, if we want it to. So let's go ahead and put it in place, but then we test and verify. Great question.
Okay. I think there's one on data management or CMI, and I think you can do that. You can type an answer for that, I presume, but that's a future.
Yeah.
Yep. So, okay. Thank you very much, Ron, for taking up this time, giving us better ideas and understanding of the CMI version 2.0 and the performance results that it's been able to deliver. I think there are more results which we are eagerly awaiting. That's when you get the 3,000 plus organization data in place, and I think it'll build higher confidence on the CMI 2.0 as a performance management approach.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
My next presenter, the next keynote is Ramesh, and his topic is sustaining high maturity in an agile world. Ramesh has been an enthusiastic person. I've been interacting with him for a lot of time. So just a quick introduction. He's the Senior Principal SME, Strategic Initiatives and Continuous Improvement at ASRC Federal Mission Solutions. He's got a very broad experience working with large projects, large programs, as an Agile Project Manager, Enterprise Agile Champion, Program Director for complex initiatives. He's been conceptualizing, designing, implementing business processes, methodologies, IT project methodologies, agile and lean methodologies, doing change management. He's a specialist of that. And he's also an agile methodology rollout specialist. Interestingly, which I want to highlight is he's come out with a homegrown self-authored agile program framework, which is called the New Wave Agile Program Foundation. I'm going to let him take over. Ramesh, welcome.
Thanks, Mukul. Very nice connecting back again after several years. We have worked on some projects, very interesting, challenging, and first of all, are you're all able to hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, good. And let me just pull up my presentation deck, and then I will get going from there. Share. You're able to see something?
I can see it now. You can put it in presentation mode so that we can see a bigger image.
Okay, awesome. Welcome, everybody, for this wonderful summit. QA has been really a vibrant organization that I've always cherished, and I worked with many of the members there here on the summit, and we've worked on several projects and see many things happen and practically resolve some complex problems even in client situations. So I would like to just give a very, I think Mukul, you have kind of just painted a very good picture about myself. Let's see how much I can do in this short talk, whatever wisdom or value that I can bring to the table there. So I work for a company called ASRC Federal Mission Solutions, and this is a global organization, basically a unique setup. We belong to what is called as Arctic Slope Regional Corporation. It's an Alaskan company, and a lot of good things happen in this company because this company is not owned by anybody. It is owned by about 13,000 stakeholders belonging to the Alaskan Native Corporation called as ASRC, basically. So the organization has been really a great place to work with. It's a defense establishment. The division where I work is primarily supplying software for defense needs. I will talk a little bit about that, but otherwise, the profile of the company clearly tells, I'm not going to read everything there. It tells you we are in a really fast-paced world and are able to provide a lot of good services for many companies. And the reputation has been really great over the years. There's strong leadership, and there's also commitment to process improvement. That's the biggest advantage in this company. The division that I work is called as Mission Solutions. We are about a 50-year-old establishment. Over a period of time, we've been taken over by different organizations, and the recent one was the Computer Sciences Corporation, CSC. They were handling the mission solution requirements for the Lockheed Martin Aegis program. Aegis program is a large Navy program funded by Navy. It's about $65 billion program, and Lockheed is the prime contractor, and they engage several other subcontractors, and one of them is ourselves. Primarily, we are in the most crucial part of the Aegis program, that is providing a combat management system software for the ballistic missile deployment, and that you all are aware as to how important it is to ensure that the software is really free from core or major defects. So we do operate Agile and Waterfall, both contexts. This is primarily driven by the client needs. We have not, voluntarily pushed ourselves to really go ahead and then implement Agile and Waterfall in different contexts. It is primarily driven by client needs, and so we are really successful in implementing both these models very well. The interesting part here is that we have maintained level 5 for over 20 years now. Way back from CMM World till today. After I came on board about 3.5 years ago, the company was still mulling on whether or not to move from 1.3 to 2.0. And I just said, this is the challenge that we have to take. And having got a lot of wonderful, the process architecture and platform, I was not having any hesitation to move forward to 2.0. But we definitely had some challenges, and and I will show you in some of the best practices that we have implemented. I can share some of those ideas and thoughts. And not much about the other details. The slide deck will be available, so you can take a look at it. We definitely are in the many things that are happening now. DevSecOps and microservices. We are in the AI world, the artificial intelligence and the machine learning world. We are developing some really good stuff for some of the Navy requirements, and all of these are part of the many initiatives that have happened over the last 5 years now, in terms of the developments, in terms of the many things that we have established. So I just wanted to recap a little bit, and Ron, who presented wonderfully the entire architecture and the importance of overall business process and integrating business process and making sure that the value proposition is actually considered and tied to the business processes. And that is really very critical part. So I wanted to just recap a little bit to give a baseline understanding as to what are we trying to actually do when we are implementing the high maturity process. the fundamental aspect of this is that we need to understand what do we mean by a controlled process and an uncontrolled process. The behavior of an uncontrolled process is very, very clear that if you have process that is not defined and results are not as expected, it's poor repeatability, we're not able to continuously repeat what we promise, there is something that is going on in the process and it is not in a controlled function. So when you also look at some of the expectations, which is what is the process performance expectations, we have to see, I mean, Ron mentioned that compliance and the performance need to be balanced, which is exactly true. And so when performance specifications are provided, and we also have to comply to some of the defined norms of the process, we're not able to do that. And there's no way that it is defined. There is, again, some uncontrolled behavior happening. So likewise, if you look at the controlled behavior, you have the controlled behavior happening in a context of any process where the specification is met, and we also have everybody following the process definitions. And no, there will not be perfect what you call outcome, but definitely you will have a clear understanding as to how to manage the variability, which is nothing but tailoring a process. And also, if the process gets further in the maturity path, you're able to enable the predictability. So the predictability is all about whether the performance in the past can tell us something as to how we will do in the future. So this is the foundational aspect of how you will think about making your process move forward in the maturity path. So as we move, we also should recognize that there are a lot of challenges and pressures in the company, in the business processes that we establish. And there is sometimes, situation where we're all caught up in just reacting to many of the needs in the business. And when the reactive mode of process behavior is happening in a company, that does not mean the company is not managing the process. It is that we are not able to catch up very well, and we are not able to predict what's going to happen. And we are continuously battling internally to make everything go all right. And so most of the companies, as they begin their journey, they operate in the reactive mode because we look at what are the defects, and we look at what are the variations in the process, and we do audits, we do technical management reviews and identify these problems, and then we take necessary steps. Now, one might say, okay, this is a great approach to improve the process. Obviously, yes, it is a great approach to improve the process, and CMMI definitely recognizes us to really gradually mature the process. The biggest thing here is that the process is in a reactive mode because people are acting on some facts that are happening and are not able to, figure out what could go wrong and then take necessary steps to see that things which might go wrong should not go wrong. That is the biggest challenge that is called as a proactive process behavior. And the proactive process behavior definitely recognizes that there is so much that the company has already done, has learned a lot over the past, so many different situations in the complex projects that we conduct. And the behavior now is there is great level of sponsorship to really go ahead and then identify some of the risks in the process, or risks in deliveries, risks in executing the process and producing outcomes that are predictable in nature. And so we have more and more control over the process, and the process definitely is in a very strong base. There are tangible, quantitative, and sustaining process behaviors here, and this becomes a natural characteristic of the proactively behaving process. When I say proactive, you are not waiting for a defect to occur. You are potentially identifying those issues and problems that might occur and see what best we can do to strengthen our process. And very, very tough job. This job is definitely going to be possible if we have great degree of understanding of what are the things that have gone wrong in the past. And so we need a lot of lessons learned database for that. Then once the process proactive behavior is clearly recognized, and also you have tremendous amount of experience by continuously involving in dealing with the reactive behavior of the process. You also now have learned, and you have now got a situation where the processes are much more well-defined, and the expected performance limits are very clear to everybody in the project management, as well as the engineering activities. And you have now an ability to start looking at how to quantitatively manage the project. Once that ability gets established, when you're looking at how to predict the future, and you're looking at what are the different internal controls that we have where we can start predicting the future, then we have the ability to say that the process is predictive, and the behavior is very advanced in the maturity process. And as you move forward, you can see that the entire organization is growing from initial, managed, defined, quantitatively managed, and optimizing. Now, I'm not going to talk about the maturity model itself, but I'm going to be talking about how we see from our company's experience standpoint, these levels have been really recognized within the context of our engineering activities as well as project management. So when we talk about initial, even when we explain to our own people internally as we do the initial trainings for people who are coming on board, we explain as to what is an initial process. The initial process is a starting point for use of a new or undocumented process. Here, this should not be considered as a wrong, or a what you call a bad situation. Initial chaotic and individual heroics. Many companies have been very, very successful in, for example, startups. There are so many startups which are very successful, but if you go and look back and then look at all the different things that they do, many processes that they do might not have been documented. They might not have been clearly explained. So in that context, what is happening there is they are more focused on how they can establish their capability, how they can really show the technical capability. So they are probably not having enough sponsorship internally or the support that's required, or even money, for example. Basically, the resource, the biggest part is money. They're struggling to really move forward. And so outcomes are fully skill dependent there. So when you look at the management of the process now, the process is getting documented. Now the internal processes are all getting tied, and the outcomes are very repeatable. Where it is possible, there is repeatability. Where it is not possible, you're still operating in level 1 mode, where we are not sure as to how to produce outcomes that can be repeatable. So while it is skill dependent in this level, we do see some repeatability. And so, for example, a bunch of projects might be having clearly defined processes and they are consistently implementing. So as you move forward, you now recognize that there is more opportunity for us to define the processes, more opportunity for us to use the lessons learned and see how we can provide some bandwidth for variation. And so that's where you now start looking at establishing standard processes and also bringing in the context of how much you can allow the deviations. So that is known deviation, which is basically called as tailoring in this context. So organizations are also now slowly getting used to dealing with data. Now the data becomes the strongest focus here. Now as they develop, they see a lot of defects to be managed, a lot of different rework activities to be managed. So data gets recognition, and as you start moving forward dealing with data, you are now getting confidence that you can start looking at how to make this process very quantitatively managed. And when the organization looks at various requirements of customers and internal needs, you can evolve a measurement program to define what are the specific needs of our customers, what are the specific needs of management, and how do we go about establishing a process that is quantitatively manageable. The outcomes now are coming from standard processes. They are now capable of providing you an ability to quantitatively manage, which in other words means basically you're improving continuously by recognizing variations, by taking control of all these processes that are deviating because of many reasons. There could be so many root causes, like Ron mentioned, special causes and common causes. Here's where you recognize these things. And optimization is not easy. You will start optimizing only after you learn from data, after you really understand how this data is going to give you some visibility into what are the different things that we can do proactively. There's a lot of proactivity that is happening in quantitatively managed process. There is a lot of reactive situation as well. There's so much of reactive situation quantitatively managed. In optimization, now you are having the data speak a lot about different things, and now you're looking at how to rapidly improve, make some paradigm shift, and see how we can eliminate a lot of waste in the process, no value adding kind of situation. So we bring all those aspects, identify the effectiveness and efficiency requirements, and start looking at how to improve the process by introducing maybe automation and reducing waste and removing all non-value adding processes. Optimization requires, of course, and the quantitative management both require quite a bit of strong skills. And these skills are not necessarily just the technical, technology-based skills. There are a lot of process, related mature skills that are needed. You are now talking about, some statistical techniques. Statistical techniques, not just simply using the 7 quality tools. There are also higher level tools that you have to apply, for example, to study the variability and understand how to control and manage the variability. You might apply Monte Carlo techniques. You might apply ANOVA techniques. All of these things are going to be meaningful only as you learn from data, as you understand how to manage the processes quantitatively and optimize the improvements. So in our organization, just to go back, just to go back here, we have gone from initial to manage to define and quantitatively manage and optimizing gradually over the years, and 25 to 30 years since the time CSC was still handling. We adapted all of those processes, and as ASRC absorbed this company or acquired this company, we introduced many of the erstwhile processes, the legacy processes, continued and started looking at what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. As we progressed last 3 years or so, or more than 3 years, maybe 4 years now, we have been asked to introduce agile techniques, and agile methodology was introduced in the context of some of the engineering activities. And how the reason for agile, Lockheed mentioned that they wanted to see every bit of work on a week by week basis to see what are the outcomes, how are these outcomes going to be beneficial for them, how the outcomes are going to be free from some surprises and so on. So we started encouraging our engineering teams, and we started introducing the agile techniques as well. So to just set the context here, I started kind of deliberating some of these process concepts, not because you're all not aware. It is basically because how we have to establish a baseline for what is a controlled process, what is an uncontrolled process, and then move to understanding reactive and proactive behaviors, and then also understand the predictive behavior before we start embarking on maturing the process activities. Now, as we move forward in the implementation of Agile, we had tremendous amount of guidance in the 2.0. We adopted some of these guidance. We have not implemented exactly whatever is the guidance. We have our own customer needs and customer expectations. So this was very useful in establishing a context again with our own internal team. And all of these specific Scrum related guidance and so on was again tailored for our own internal needs and use. For example, the engineering managers, they have their own way of planning their product backlogs and how they prioritize. And that is not necessarily in the traditional Agile method. And we had product backlogs prioritized based on user stories and epics, which were defined by the customer and our own internal teams. Unlike a product manager or a product engineer goes and works with the customers and brings us the details of what we need to do in terms of defining stories and epics. So all of these things are very, very specific to our own needs. And you'll see this guidance, which is very helpful in 2.0. And we definitely have taken advantage of this. And in our appraisal that we built our overall organization unit, we had both Agile projects and waterfall projects. So we had all of these aspects that you see in the guidance very neatly and clearly outlined based on customer needs again. And the reason I'm emphasizing customer needs is Lockheed Martin, which is our major prime contractor, they have extended their infrastructure and systems to be used internally because we operate in a secure environment, in a classified atmosphere. So we cannot afford to do things according to what we need. We have to continuously keep in mind the customer needs. So now, what are some of those best practices that we adopted to implement the high maturity processes? Over time, over a long period of time, we have learned and evolved as to what are the core ingredients or what are the core elements that will help us to maintain our process maturity. The executive sponsorship has been one of the key elements. The top management must be definitely involved. When I say top management must be involved, it's not that on a day-to-day basis they understand what is quantitative management, optimization. That's not what it is. They should know the core reason why we have to raise the rigor of processes. They should understand the benefit of that. They should know what is going to be coming out once we implement these high maturity processes. So our management has been really very, very involved, structured in their approach, And even the top management, sometimes they go down to the problem solving levels. And so that is big, that's a real big boon there. The top management getting involved is very important and critical. Governance model in 2.0, it was very tricky for us to understand what CMMI 2.0 is talking about. And the governance model, what we created, or the governance requirements of CMMI, was to be articulated for everybody to understand. So what we did was we did a sort of what I could say use case workflow. We clearly outlined the governance model, explained how the structuring has to be done, what is the top management going to be responsible for, what from a process improvement standpoint, and how the rest of the teams have to be positioned. So we put it in a very beautiful use case flowchart type of a thing, and explain to every individual groups and teams as to how the governance model will be working in terms of maintaining this process maturity, because the governance requirement of CMMI 2.0 clearly specifies management reviews are now to be quantitatively driven. So how do we do that? So we enable the data structure for that. We enable the reporting systems. We had the process and the product management teams together collaborate and set up a very systematic business rhythm. And that helped us to make sure that the governance was in control. That was the biggest fear in terms of our appraisal itself. This was flagged out as one of the risk items in terms of how the GPs, which were earlier in 1.3, was provided for every process area. Now the practice areas have very specific expectations, as well as the governance practice area itself has specified how it should overarch everything in terms of control of the process. Now, we also defined, we had our own process architecture well defined already, but we visited every aspect of our process architecture, ensured that all the architectural needs of process are clearly defined, established, and we also ensured the life cycle descriptions are outlined so that everybody across the teams understand the common expectations. And like everybody does, we definitely have very good repositories of process, both for management of the projects, as well as lessons learned, and also measurement methods and measurement reports. We also defined process champions and evangelists for process, who basically were nothing but enthusiastic young individuals or even experienced individuals. And we make sure that all of these guys are helping the projects, making sure that the aspect of statistical process control and methods are used in the proper context in a software environment, because that's the biggest challenge there. In software environment, you have to be careful when you interpret all of these quantitatively managed systems and so on. So the other aspects, we also ensured that clearly outlined what are the high maturity needs, and we prepared what is called as high maturity threads, clearly identifying what are the measurements that will be required for quantitatively managing projects. And we also ensured that there is a clear definition of OU. I know I'm running short of time, therefore I'm rushing a little bit. The definition of OU is critical for CMMI 2.0. If the OU is not defined clearly, we will have problems because the projects will be sampled now by CMMI. And of course, the training and project management was a very, very important aspect. I just summarized the success factors here. We established what you call ICG, OPIC, and SLT, the implementation core group, organizational process improvement committee, and senior leadership team. Sponsorship was very strong. The aspect here is, in a high maturity environment, we need to have approaches adopted in terms of what are the statistical tools and techniques, what are those specific needs of measurements, how do we quantitatively manage and report, take all of these lower level needs and articulate it to the higher level, and ensure that the reports are completely clear and the customers are happy. So I definitely like to conclude here by saying this has been a great experience working in CMMI 2.0 implementation for ASRC mission solutions team, and we were appraised successfully for level 5 aspects. And we also had a great experience working with the CMMI Institute, providing them reports and also ensuring all the business objectives and the results are tied very well, because they ask for all of those reports, very, very detailed reports they need. Thank you all. And if you have any questions, I will take. Otherwise, Mukul, I'm running short of time, I know.
I know. You're out of time. There are many questions. You may choose to answer them a little later. I'll just ask two. One is from Pat, and he said a very interesting thing. When you're talking about Scrum, the typical focus is on performance and throughput in an agile environment. So how do you manage this concept of baselines and models? And are they local to the project or team, or are they at the organization level? I think
so.
that was Pat's question. So
okay, so I will give a short answer, but I'll definitely pin something on the chat box. But as far as the Scrum needs are concerned, Lockheed Martin has a very specific approach to agile implementation. We have not adopted SAFe, or we have not adopted the traditional methods. We have defined, the customer was involved clearly, and the customer was clearly telling us what they want us to measure. And measuring the baseline creation is a huge challenge. It's not easy for us. So for project teams, project by project or program by program, customers were looking for very specific reports. And whenever there was a possibility, we used to correlate it to the previous performance and relate it with the customer. And we were not very much focused on establishing agile related metrics baselines. We did establish common baselines, for example, development related productivity, for example. That was really a very important thing. Defect density, for example, whether it's agile or waterfall. So all of these common measures, which were very critical for the program and the projects from customer standpoint, we ensured we had baselines, and that's how we even had the performance baselines for all of the programs and projects that we provided to CMMI for appraisal. Pat, I will give you more details if you like in the offline chat more, but this is the short answer there.
Okay. Yeah, I think, Ramesh, there'll be lots of questions for you to answer offline. I just have one quick one from Bill Curtis, just an interesting one again. Have you been able to achieve a true common cause environment where the variation is random and has no identifiable causes?
That's a fantastic question. This one, for us, we did deliberate and discuss this quite a bit, and we identified that skill management has been a huge challenge, and skill what you call a normalization of skills is absolutely impossible. So we have found that some of the challenges like this will become a perennial problem anyway. But however, for example, the attrition rates are so critical for some of the environments that we are working on. For example, the Lockheed's expectation of some specific deliveries where skill becomes a critical issue. So it is a challenge, Bill. It is a huge challenge.
Okay, there's a question which is, so Ramesh, I'm going to thank you, but there's something I'm just leaving it open. I think Ramesh will answer these offline, but there's an interesting part which is a common theme, especially in Agile, when you have teams which involve customers a lot. In his case, I think the customer is using Agile practices also, so maybe, and is reasonably mature, so may not be imposing constraints. But I think there are questions relating to the fact that customers may not want to do some things. So I'll leave that offline for you to answer, or maybe it'll come into the next session, because our next session is on building high maturity performance organization. So Ramesh, thank you for helping us understand how Agile practices are being used with CMI version 2.0. And thanks a lot. We'll move to our next session. This is
thank you, Mukul.
Yeah, thank you, Ramesh. The next session is a panel discussion. This is on building high performance organization, leveraging high maturity practices. This is being moderated by Shankar from QAI, and has Kamlesh from QAI, Murali from Meta Toledo International, Komal from L&T Infotech, and Lena from Capgemini. Welcome to the panel discussion. This panel will focus on some relevant and interesting aspects of impact of high maturity practices in different organizational contexts. I think the customer constraining stuff is definitely a context that you might want to talk about as well. For those starting the first time, sustaining would also be there. So welcome, Shankar, please take over the panel discussion.
Thanks, Mukul, for that. So maybe, is there a way to stop the screen share so that the panelists could be fully visible?
I think.
Yeah, I think that should be good enough, right? Yeah, thanks. Yeah. So good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, right? Before we get started, I'll just take a minute to quickly introduce the panelists. I'm wondering if Lena got dropped, right? So I'll introduce the other available panelists right now. Okay, so we have Komal Machinder, who is quality head at L&T Infotech. She was also earlier, associated with Johnson Controls. She has multiple decades of experience and a lot of experience in terms of process improvement and driving business excellence and quality, right? And we also have Murali. Murali has more than 25 years of experience, in India, as well as global experience in mission critical software systems. And he has also, spearheaded large project assignments across the full product development, life cycle per se, right? So Lena is back. Okay, so Lena is Vice President and Head of Quality at Capgemini Technology Services India Limited. And again, she has experience in a wide variety of industries, including pharma, manufacturing, and IT, and also process consultants, right? And of course, finally, we have Kamlesh Kothari. Kamlesh again has got very deep experience, right? He is a high maturity lead appraiser for CMMI development, CMMI services, and one of the few lead appraisers all over the world to also have a PCMM lead appraiser qualification. So welcome to all of you, right? So I'd like to start with my first question, to Lena, right, and then maybe Komal can answer. So each of you have been trying to use CMMI version 2.0, and your journey may be at in different stages. Compared to the earlier model, right? Have you seen any significant takeaways, benefits, or any significant challenges with respect to CMMI 2.0, especially in the context of building a high performance organization? Lena? I think there is some challenge with Lena's this thing. Komal, do you want to get started in the meanwhile?
Yeah, this particular model, as you can see, I mean, the CMMI every time then when they come up with a new revision, it goes deeper and deeper and make sure that it's all inclusive. So that is exactly what we are seeing in this model, that it not only includes the project manager level, but it's also involving the senior management at all the levels. And that is why it is, like growing from the bottom.
Lena, you wanted to give your perspective on this, and I do not know whether you heard the question. If you want, I can repeat the question.
Lena, you're on mute.
Yeah, Shankar, could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah. So primarily I was asking, right, organizations have been adopting CMMI version 2.0, right? Any significant benefits or challenges you've been seeing, especially with respect to the 2.0 version, in the context of also building a high performance organization?
I think involvement of top management has been definitely one of the key contributors there. Also from an appraisal standpoint, the different changes that have been brought in 2.0, I think adds value to the entire appraisal process in terms of the ATMs getting certified, passing the examination, the projects getting sampled from CMMI. So all that gets the required rigor in focus.
Okay, right, yeah. Fine. Okay, so Komal, anything you wanted to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay, right, fair enough. Yeah. So the next thing what we wanted to also understand is any specific benefits or advantages you're seeing, right, on account of CMMI 2.0 in terms of contributing to the high performance culture in the organization, right? So Kamlesh and Murali, do you want to give your perspectives on this? Maybe we'll start with you, Murali.
Okay, sure, Shankar. Thank you. Yeah, I think this is something which is really what I want to start off with is where Ron left off, because he talked about the context of using it as a compliance tool or a reference tool, right? So because that is something which is a very important context which we should look at. Because for me, when I look at it from the previous experience, because I've had the prior revisions where I have worked with the various implementations of the CMMI and even CMM prior to that, is the whole context has shifted right from being a compliance oriented towards more like a reference or a compendium of knowledge. I think this is a big shift that I have seen personally. And the benefits are really outstanding because more recently, last year, we were able to kind of complete one certification on the CMMI version 2.0 also. And I think this was really a great opportunity for me to kind of really look at it and say how the evolution of CMMI has happened, just being reaching a point where it really starting to make relevance, because this is something which is more of creating learning organizations, and how that learning not only comes into the organization, but it is actually feeding back into the model itself. I think that is one major thing that I have seen as a big shift. So that is one very important thing that I would like to kind of touch upon. The second thing is in terms of how the improvements can be shown irrespective of adapting to a particular model, because there are many models when it comes to ISO, CMMI, or any of those things for that matter. But most of the times people do ask me why CMMI or why a specific model. For me, the CMMI, when I look at it, it provides a multidimensional approach. Typically what happens is when you take on a certain, I want to kind of reach a certain maturity, or I want to improve a process, what happens is we end up spending so much time on improving that particular process, or kind of going out and then meeting the objectives of a particular customer or a product. But at the end, we forget about making it meaningful and also making it comprehensive and holistic. Because in the short run, you might be able to meet the current objective, but how do you sustain it? Because the moment the pressure is off, we have generally seen that everything starts falling down, right? So hold that the context of having a holistic approach and a multidimensional view where there are interdependent processes, and then how do you manage the processes and the interdependent approaches is something which is really great. And then how we can really connect the dots so that we sustain it. Once we reach there, how do we sustain? And then how do we kind of meet that objectives? One specific shift that I see, for example, I have gone to various teams and then various organizations. Just the fact that the people who have been, who have just undergone, forget the certification or anything like that, the people who have undergone the training, just the training or about the model or understanding the model, a project lead who has gone through the model training and then not gone through a model training, their approach to how to improve and then how continuous improvement works, the context is completely shifted. I think there is an inherent and a inbuilt mechanism that I think the model brings in towards pushing the entire knowledge of the organization towards the high maturity. I think that's something which I would like to add.
Very, very insightful points, Murali, right? So Kamlesh, you wanted to add from your point of view?
Yeah, so, so that's a very good perspective, Murli has already shared in detail. Just few thoughts, I would like to, mention here is, see, even the earlier models, have played a key role in terms of, sharing the benefits and adding a lot of value for the organization. But specifically, coming to, CMMI v2.0, there's a considerable focus and emphasis on performance management now. Right. Okay. And that's what is, really, bringing in a big change. And, we saw that and we discussed it in the Ron's presentation, as well. There's a big, shift from, looking at a compliance orientation, versus a performance orientation. So in all of my, conversation, with my clients and, whatever, appraisals and meetings that I've been involved in, this is something that's, that's coming out in a very strong way. So that connect, between the process improvement program versus, the performance, management activities that have to be carried out. Okay, so that linkage is very, very strong now in CMMI v2.0. And I think that, that really adds, lots of value. And not only that, I think it's making, a lot of things easier, even, even for the process teams, right? So, in the old models, I remember a lot of time, the non-process staff or the non-process people would kind of question saying that, what is an ROI, or, what do we get out of it? So is using CMMI more for an appraisal or more for an compliance and things like that. So I think those kind of, questions can be better answered now. And, one of the document that, really helps to do that, is the performance report now. So we have a performance report that clearly outlines that what is the, benefit that organization has received in. Okay. And I think, that's something that will, highlight the tangible, value that an organization has received in. So I think this is a, very, very vital element. And the second aspect is, getting in the buy-in, and getting in the support from senior management is becoming, more easier, in CMMI v 2.0. I mean, it's just not because of the GOV element I'm saying, of course, I mean, there's a very great emphasis now on senior management involvement, through GOV coming in. But even by, showcasing the performance improvement, which is getting documented into the performance report, I mean, I'm sure, I mean, that makes it easy for all of the process teams. And I'm sure, I mean, my view can be echoed in by, Murli, Komal and Leena, that, I mean, how better it is or how easy it is now to tackle the senior management team now, right? Okay. So I think, yeah, those are a few of my thoughts. Yeah.
Now, many times new customers ask me, if I undergo a CMMI level 5 appraisal, am I likely to see a lot of benefits? I tell them it depends, it depends on whether you complete the appraisal and then also shut down your CPG team, or you continue to sustain it. While it is very easy for me to make that statement, right? We have veterans in this panel who have not only, helped their organizations achieve the high maturity level the first time, but also sustain it over a period of time and improve, right? So we would like to listen from you, Leena, in terms of what are some of the trade secrets through which, you sustain high maturity culture in the organization and also, make it to contribute to high performance.
Okay. Personally, being with the CMMI journey since at least last 16 years in this organization of Capgemini, we've heard or rather understood these tricks the hard way. But to quote some of the ingredients, I think the first that comes to my mind is a top-driven approach, right? So where the leaders send out message that we are in together. So it's not just you who's doing the statistical analysis and presenting and giving me an ROI, but I'm there with you equally contributing to it. The second, I believe, is more from a digitization perspective. Often we see in terms of some impediments, when the deliveries team start looking at this as an overhead, so they feel I have to collect the data, I have to analyze it myself, and then I have to make some interpretations out of it. I better do my delivery instead of doing this, right? And that's the impediment for sustenance that we usually see. So before that thought clicks in, I feel the right automation and tools in place can give the required focus and momentum to this entire drive. The third, I believe, is, or rather, which I would like more, is I would rather call it user experience. Typically, we coin this when we talk in terms of our clients, right? When we say we want to help our clients, where we want to give them a value add, we say we need to have a user experience element with them. So why not get the delivery teams under the focus, because they are also users of the high maturity journey, right? So can we weave an implementation framework or an approach that gets aligned and puts the user community into the pivotal focus first? I would like to quote an initiative or a program at Capgemini here, which I believe has achieved success because of attending to these ingredients for that matter. We call it automation and productivity enhancement. In short, the APE program. It's now become a global priority and sponsored by our group CEO as well. As the term gives out the feeling, it has a coined approach both from a process standpoint as well as an automation standpoint. So from an automation standpoint, it has a platter of levers which look at different life cycles, which look at different problems, maybe an incident proactive prevention, or reducing the monitoring time, the service management time in terms of development, looking at different phases, life cycles, etc. From a process standpoint, it has levers, for an example, looking at our process efficiency, the value stream mapping, demand capacity analysis. So a whole lot of levers in this platter. The focus being fourfolded. One, we need to engage the employees within the organization. Secondly, to address our internal margins as well. Most important is from a customer standpoint. So go beyond just the contractual commitments and do much better and value add for our clients. So typically we start with fixing goals which are fixed and discussed with the leadership. So from there, it gets percolated down to the business units and the project teams. We then have predictions where the savings are computed and the project knows that, okay, we have an X amount of savings to be contributing to, and then that contributes at a high level at an organization level. We have tools in place where the analysis is being done after the data gets fed in. We have the quality and the delivery teams joining hands to form an army of change mentors, which facilitate and support this implementation. And a rock solid governance, I should say, whereby the control tower monitors this entire program. And at different levels, we have leadership interventions and meetings to supervise this entire journey. And I think that has yielded us a lot of benefits in this duration. I think we started this journey about 1.5 years ago, and great going till now.
Okay.
Yeah, very interesting, Lina. Thanks for that. So Komal, do you want to share your experiences on this topic?
Yes, yes. Thanks, Shankar. That's a very interesting question about how to sustain and how to keep everyone interested in between the two assessments. So, Lina, thanks for sharing your story. So, when we looked at this sustenance part, we went to the core of CMMI philosophy, and we try to understand as to what is it that we need to do as an organization and what is it that CMMI really focuses. So we've already seen that CMMI basically talks about certain practices or certain processes which are very proactive in nature. Now, anything that is very proactive does not really get highlighted. It's like, if I walk every day for 5 kilometers, I don't know whether I'm preventing a heart attack or a blood pressure. Right? Now, you cannot predict what you can save. So how do you convince your client or how do you convince your management that this is important? And that is where we went again, the entire team, we went to our tables and we saw and we brainstormed. And then we said, what is the behavior that we want to drive here? So we saw that at any point of time, suppose we have around 4,000 projects, we have 20 projects which are always in high and critical risk. And for those 20 projects, the management attention and the management time is the highest. Now, the way we are brought up or the way we are tuned to is that we always reward the heroism. But what about the patrons? So we said that we are looking at this 20 projects, everybody right from the CEO is looking at this 20 projects. What about those 3,980 projects who are doing well? And that got us thinking. And we came up with a framework which made sure that we rewarded these 3,980 project managers for doing things right. And CMMI helps you to do that. So we came up with the very simple thing. CMMI is all about following what you're supposed to follow. You don't have to do something rocket science. You just follow and you'll be there. So we define certain things or certain expectations at the project level, at the account level, and at the delivery unit level. Now, here's another interesting thing. Nobody could compete with each other, and they could only succeed if they cooperate with each other. For example, if every account for every project in an account reach level 5, then and only then the account reaches 5. And if every account reaches 5, the delivery unit reaches 5. So with this, what happened was there was, instead of a push, there was a pull. So that made that every project wanted to, which was eligible, wanted to be at level 5 and wanted our help. Now it was this philosophy and everything is very nice. I mean, this framework really sounded interesting, but that meant a lot of our time. That meant a lot of the consultation, because now there were so many projects who wanted the model, who wanted the baselines done, who wanted the high maturity practices implemented. And the time that we had or the workforce that we have is going to be limited. Now, how do we do that? And that is where, again, we had all the dashboards, digitized, which made sure that each and every project manager and their senior management know exactly where they are at any point of time. Similarly, every month we have a dashboard which announces to them where they are in terms of which level they are right now. So that really helps them to go to the next level. Now, this was again about the dashboards, which could simplify the simple things like maybe, not the simple things, but the usual things like the work product, the audits, the different SMRs. But what about baseline? Baselining requires a statistical expert. Baselining requires the metrics time. And that is where we came up with BGNE, which basically allowed, the automated tool, which allowed the baselining to be done by every project manager. So, it is installed on every project manager's desk, and he can just, go there. So that statistical analysis is automated, and that encourage everyone to do that. So that is the secret which I'm releasing it out to all of you today.
Wonderful. Thanks.
We are in the third year this year, and we are going great.
Very wonderful and impressive, Komal. Right?
Thank you.
I think we may have time for maybe one more question, right? So this question, I would like to ask Murali, right? So Murali, many times what happens is, when I'm talking to my customers, right, they say we would like to keep, digital projects out, or, the new generation projects out, or, somebody says we have got a particular division which has got more of a startup orientation out and so on, right? But at the same time, these projects also have, they have objectives to meet and, value to be delivered to the customer, right? And the reason why they want to keep these out is because there is somehow a perception that, the high maturity and frameworks like CMMI bring in a bit of overhead, right? So any thoughts, any suggestions in terms of, how these kind of projects can also leverage on the high maturity practices and, derive value?
Komal, first of all, I would like to kind of pick on what you touched upon was the heroics. Really very well taken. So I have a lot of experiences seeing that kind of a perspective. So thank you for sharing that. That's really nice. But just to kind of give you a little bit perspective, Shankar, on the question that you asked, yes, yeah, I am a new age project, or when I kind of do a project, I implement a process, or I just go CMMI, then probably my innovation will come down, or this is going to now create a lot of bureaucracy in the system where somebody will be watching me all the time. So all these things, yes, I have heard. But to be a little bit more specific, my experience has been that bureaucracy is in places where there is no process, because it is held by an individual or a group of individuals, and then they control everything. The knowledge has to be in the system, and the system is defined by its processes and the robustness of its processes. And the day we are able to kind of demonstrate that the knowledge is the process, and then the system is able to take care of itself irrespective of the individual. To some of you who talked about the attrition or any of those things will be self-managed to a certain extent. And I can also tell you that over the last 5 to 7 years in general, fairly, I can comfortably say that I have been able to kind of figure out ways and means to manage single point failures, where when somebody said that this person, if he or she exits the organization, then the project we will have to take back, or the project has to go away, or this project will not sustain. That has never happened. So I think this is something which is the strength of the processes, and then how we codify that knowledge into the system, right? And I also want to touch upon one more perspective in terms of creativity versus the execution part, because people keep saying that once I define my process or once I follow process, then my creativity is lost. The problem is each time they're spending all their creative energies to figure out how to circumvent or how to kind of prevent things from happening. The fact that their whole innovation is their time on innovation actually spent on figuring out ways and means to just deliver. Rather, if there have been a system and a method which can separate out the creative processes to the execution processes, once the ideation or the creative process is complete, then I kind of hand it over to the execution processes. I can generally be rest assured that there is a delivery or an outcome which the customer wants. I think that's the key. People really kind of miss that whole point, because it has to be a sustainable approach. Plus, it also has to give you the freedom to perform or innovate or kind of go out and then do innovative things or new things. That can only be sustained when your business or your overall ability to deliver is always perfect. So 2 questions I always keep asking my team, myself, and everybody, whether it is CMMI, whether it is version 1.2, 1.0, Agile, or anything. How do I demonstrate that I deliver the best quality product? You need to ask yourself and your team and everybody again. How do I know that my team and my organization is the most productive? The day you are able to kind of keep answering those questions time and again, sustainably and predictably, I think you would have had your answer.
Thanks, wonderful, Murali. So Kamlesh, even though it's a high maturity session, Mukul may not be very happy with any variation, but still any final words?
So yes, I think just quickly, I know Mukul is, already he's put on his video, giving a signal that guys, wind up. So so I think, I will not take much time, but, just want to add, I think this point has been coming up, many times in many of the meetings, that, there's an element of an overhead and it's making it more bureaucratic and things like that. I think whenever this, this point has come in the meetings, very often I have, started a kind of a little technical discussion that, okay, fine. I mean, which PA or which practice area of a CMMI, we believe that, is creating a, overhead. And I think once it gets into that, then, I mean, very often we realize that it's not really a practice area, but probably, I mean, the way the process has been structured in the organization, it's not been structured very well. And that is what is creating an element of an overhead. So it's not that practice area per se, but it's the way we have defined that process. So I think that's where I think we may have to get into detail and, see whether the structure of that process is defined accurately in the context of the organization and what is really needed. And it's not really the practice area that's, that needs to take the blame for that.
So thanks again. Thanks Kamlesh, thanks Leena, thanks Komal, thanks Murali. We appreciate your time and inputs. Have a great evening.
Thanks,
Over to you,
Shankar.
Mukul.
Thank you, Shankar. Thank you, all the panelists. Your answers were very resonating with people, practitioners like us. We see them in real life, and it's good that you can talk about them to everyone. So thank you again for providing this information and doing this lively discussion. This is going to be handover now to Pradeep for the break. I think we have another 13 odd minutes left for the break, unless Pradeep wants to take a bit of time. Remember, in high maturity, there's always variation. So it need not be exactly on the dot, but yeah, Pradeep, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukul, and thank you for everyone to join the session. We will now have a small tea break, and post this particular break, we are going to start with the track 2. The track 2 will focus on high maturity in the context of agile environment. We have some very interesting speakers, and I have a very interesting responsibility to navigate through the next track. So I would recommend that all of you take the 10-minute tea break. We'll start exactly on time, just to make sure the variation, as Mukul said, would be minimized. And then we get back onto the track of high maturity. So have a break, and certainly look forward to seeing you after the break on the same session. So. track two's focus today is on high maturity in the context of Agile. And I will be your track host, going forward. And for the next few sessions, there are a lot of interesting talks. We have 4 interesting papers and best practices that have been brought together. But just to set a context, I'm sure all of you would echo my feelings that organizations today are quite over complex and hyper competitive, and the management continues to keep the business running. But the lack of insight on how well their organization is doing for the long term is always a debatable topic. At the same time, in the last few years, we've seen agile methods becoming increasingly popular. And agile is not just about gaining a pure competitive advantage, but also it has become imperative for survival. How fast an organization can pivot and respond to significant changes in the market can clearly determine its success and ability to stay relevant. Parallel to this, more and more organizations today rely also on process maturity models, to assess and improve their own processes. Since it's been getting clear that most project failures, can be imputed to inconsistent and undisciplined processes. So many organizations today not only demand compliance where agile methods are employed, but in this situation, it is also necessary to analyze the interrelations and mutual restrictions between agile methods and approaches for software process analysis and improvement. Given that broad context, we have interesting papers which talk about how to improve the business performance using continuous improvement techniques in an agile context. We also have a talk on use cases in agile modeling. And we have a very interesting experience on how we can optimize the software user experience, to enhance the business performance as well. And lastly, we also have a way to optimize and pivot the organization level continuous improvement, thus enabling agility and innovation as well. So without much further ado, and having this particular context in mind, I'd like to invite, Siva and Prikshit, from Capgemini, to present their topic on improving business performance and data predictability using continuous improvement techniques. Welcome, Shiva and Prikshit. Let me introduce both the speakers today. Shiva has got 20 plus years of experience with a demonstrated history of process transformation in the telecom and other software industries. A strong professional skill in process excellence, metrics, statistical and data analysis, agile methods, including the SAFe framework. He has led multiple initiatives like CMMI at one hand, whereas at the same time on efficiency improvement and project management aspects. Prikshit also brings in 24 years of experience covering program management, quality assurance, change management, and driving improvements using various quality and business excellence models. In his leadership role, he is also responsible to synergize the quality team for a better performance, motivation, and providing strategic direction. So Siva and Prikshit, welcome to Hmbp 2021. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how we can enable this. I will also be your timekeeper, so your 25 minutes, start now.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pradeep. So we'll get
started.
Yeah. Yeah, the slide is up. We can start, Prashit. Yeah.
Okay, we can go to the next slide. To the next slide. Okay. Thanks QI and Isaka, first of all, for providing us, the opportunity to share our practices. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll start from here. Capgemini Engineering is a global business line under Capgemini. Capgemini is a group, and then this was formed with the amalgamation of Altron, which was acquired by Capgemini in 2020, plus the Capgemini's business unit, which was into digital engineering and manufacturing space. So the global business unit, it consists of around 52,000 people, which 20,000 are based out in India. It is spread across 30 countries, and we support primarily the core engineering domains like aerospace, automotive, medical, and of course telecom. So these are the prime domains which we support, and that is where we deploy our services and team members. Yeah, Shiva. Okay, so we as an organization are not new to CMMI and not new to the high level maturity practices. It's almost more than decade and a half, so more than 16 years of our experience into this. Now, what has changed? So the change has happened in terms of the business we are getting from the customer. The customers are also under tremendous pressure to deliver quickly, to meet, to beat the competition, and hence, they are looking at delivering in quicker and more faster way. Now, the idea there was that, the one I think from my past experience, I can say that, getting into agile mode or using agile practices will exempt you from adopting CMMI practices. And this is not a statement I'm making. This was a fact. And then once you are adopting agile practices, that means you cannot adopt CMMI high mat practices. Idea here within the organization was, and in this business unit was, that we are not going to compromise on the agility or the agile philosophy when we are implementing the CMMI high mat practices. We also need to put up the same predictability, same process models like what we use for life cycles. So idea there was that we synergize agile and CMMI practices, and then the value is added to the organization and to the team. Yeah, sure. This is the overall kind of a framework and a solution to what we had put in place. So we can look at the drivers. The drivers are coming from in terms of the business performance, and the agile framework there supports in putting our products and services, the customer's products and services early to market and to beat the competition. And how do we do it is in terms of we putting a process infrastructure, a tools infrastructure in terms of dev agility, and which is supported and driven through Agile Center of Excellence. Agile Center of Excellence does not work in silos, and it is aligned with the business performance and is also aligned with the continual improvement framework. Now, for the continual improvement framework, we have adopted the practices from the CMMI, where we are looking at prediction and then resulting in improvement in productivity and cycle time reductions. So more details will follow from my colleague Shiva on this. Over to you, Shiva.
Thank you, Prashit. Thank you, Prashit, for setting up the base. As we heard, why part, it's my honor to present how part, rather I would say the solutioning part of how we could able to unbox this mystery. So before I move into the how part, I just want to re-emphasize on the need for Agile. So as everybody knows that, or the data suggests that almost every second project or every second client, starting from the tier 1 customer or to the medium customer, wanted to follow the Agile way of working. They want a faster releases, early to market sort of thing. And with this visual connect, the geographic boundaries are no longer an issue sort of thing. As much as we welcome and happy to implement Agile framework to every customer, but when we started rolling out the Agile framework, we consciously took a call of having a disciplined Agile. The disciplined Agile, or I would even say it's adding method to madness. So that's the easiest word to adapt it. So from the very first beginning, we created a healthy environment to break the false myth of Agile meant no process. Agile meant no documentation. So we wanted to break that myth. We want to create a matured Agile framework. And the moment the matured framework, it got stuck, where the matured started, we could only closely relate to CMI. So CMI manifesto helped us to create this Agile metric sort of thing. So how do we do this? It's as simple as it is. We call it as Agile and CMI synthesis, or we call it a synergy sort of thing.
We mirrored the CMI maturity framework and arrived on an equivalent model. And we coined ourselves the model called DBTC model. So I repeat, DBTC model. Doing agile is the D and being agile is the B. From being agile, how far you could move from thinking agile, and invariably how could able to culturally part of the agile sort of thing. So this, we take pride in claiming this DBTC model. Like this CMI, every step it has a continuous framework from doing agile from the base level to the high maturity practices sort of thing. Similar to the CMI maturity, we could able to define various characteristics, starting from setting up of a project process, then moving to the organization process through the Agile Center of Excellence team, and more importantly, building a data-driven activity, predicting the outcomes relevant to Agile, and more importantly, having a continuous improvement framework. Okay, we just could able to adopt the CMI framework and replicate to the Agile success sort of. So this model actually is worked in a favor because since, as Parshit was referring, we had a legacy of being in CMI for close to a decade and a half. We had an advantage of selling this same model to the larger team, basically saying that they could able to connect it so easily, where it has become a part of every Agile project. On a lighter note, even one project manager used to say that this DBTC word seems to be so catchy. How about we make it as a trademark or a brand sort of thing? So that's how this model got evolved over the period. Okay. Now then we have a model. Once we have this specific model framework, what was our plan? The next big jump is to roll out that in a ground level. That's the biggest challenge. Defining the model is a straightforward case. However, CMI also helped us, but making it to roll out at the ground level was a major challenge. To start with, we had an advantage of being run this Agile Center of Excellence being run by quality and delivery team. We could able to arrive on a result called three-layered approach. Okay, I'll brief about the three-layered approach, but the important point is that each layer complement other layers, and more importantly, it does works in a unison. It may still work on an isolation mode, but when it works in unison, it gives a lot of benefits out of it. Just to touch upon this first layer, which is called the process, method, or measurement layer, I call it as a foundation layer. Now, every process asserts, the templates, and the methodologies was built in this first layer. The important aspect, what we did is we also included the metric system in the first layer. And the second layer, we call it a dev agility tool layer. Basically, we identify the list of specific tools for a software engineering that will surely help us to improve the productivity part. So that's the second layer which you could able to build on. The third layer basically focuses on the improvement, and thereby we could identify the process flow in each project and optimize the process flow without compromising the quality. So these are the three layers I would dig deep upon it. The complete DBTC framework works on this three layer, and the crux of the presentation will be explaining about these three layers. Layer one, as I said, the basic or the foundation layer is built at the bottom level with the expertise we gained over the decades. Okay, we had a significant advantage of implementing the process implementation across projects across globe. That helps us to extend the same thing in the Agile COE also. So as a first step, we could able to develop some sort of a world-class Agile process, which includes everything under the sun, the assets, the guidelines, the techniques, the models, everything we could able to bring under the Agile COE umbrella. And best part is that we also in parallel created an excellent infrastructure for upskilling the people team. So it's not only about the training, we do also run an internal certification program to upskill the people to layer above the Agile requirements sort of thing. What I'm saying may sound very normal. Every company when follows through the Agile, they follow the same way. But remember the word I use, discipline Agile. So the discipline Agile is where it leverages the advantage. So where in addition to the Agile asset and also the wrapper of metric system, we also able to develop a good governance mechanism over the existing framework. So we built a very good metric system, but without compromising any of the Agile manifesto. So we never wanted to rub the shoulders with the Agilians. We ensure that as a delivery team, as a project team, they don't need to do any additional activities. They just need to ensure that they have in-house tools and the data could be able to collect automatically. So like any other life cycle model, starting from waterfall or any other model, with this system, we could easily able to generate the metrics baseline even for the agile projects, which seems to be a major challenge a decade ago. But last 3 cycles, 6 cycles, we could easily generate the metrics data on the baseline. And this formed the base. The best part of the process performance, and which helped us to create the base sort of thing. So with this baseline, we could able to create the various process performance model agile programs. The unique part is that we never force fit any of the process performance model, like the schedule variance or the defect part. This we try to relate closer to the agile core metrics. So we try to predict the core agile metrics like the content adherence, or is there a probability of meeting the technical depth? What is the probability of getting the customer reported defects? So our model was in and out about the agile activity, and our system, our metrics baseline, and our assets helped us sort of thing. So I would put away that the process plus metrics system, the first layer, gave us a strong foothold in providing the accuracy of the prediction.
So I like to add on to that, Shiva. I think important part on Shiva has already emphasized on the process, the metrics part, and how we have built that infrastructure. One, the infrastructure was built by the agile practitioners. So not many quality team members, so-called, were involved into it. Second part is the encouraging and rewarding people who share practices or they get improvements while deploying agile practices through various forums. And we also encourage them to quantify the benefits while they have deployed agile practices. It was a real challenge initially, but then yes, it took us some time, and that helped us in building that culture also.
Thank you. So moving on to the second layer, I call as a diversity layer. So we are also favoring calling it as a digital layer, because this complete set of tools we could able to make it in cloud platform, and we encourage the project team to choose as a part of their project life cycle that satisfies the customer requirement. So we have close to a set of 50 tools, starting from the tracking perspective, the Jira effectiveness, or say the Confluence tool, or to improve the code quality, the Sonar Cube, or for the automation perspective, the Python tool. So we created a numerous opportunities for the project team to explore and ensure that this can be part of their regular ongoing activity, rather keeping it in an isolated manner. The uniqueness of is that this is not used in a silos, but integrated into a measurement system. So where a project, let's say if I'm going to use a Sonar Cube or any other cube, they will be constantly saying that what is my defect removal efficiency. If I'm going to use a test automation tool, what is the X% of effort I'm going to save it by using the selected tool. So we could able to seamlessly integrate with the measurement system, thereby our overall integrated process performance model work towards achieving the timelines or whatever the code quality in line with the diversity sort of thing. So this gave us an additional advantage of using the digital platform, and also make sure that those digital platforms will also help us to reduce the cycle time, and more importantly, improve our code quality. So this is what the second layer I would say.
Yeah, I think an important point here was Shiva has already emphasized is it's a digital platform. It's a cloud-based infrastructure what was provided to the team. Hence, one, it is available for all the team members. Second, the project team does not bear the cost. So they are encouraged and motivated to use these tools. Third point is that we, as part of our agile process deployment, we always used to check what tools they are using and whether how effective the agile processes would be without the usage of tools. So the idea there was to encourage, motivate team members to use more tools, which will help in deploying the agile processes in more effective way.
Yeah, honestly, we have become more greedy, and we are not limited only to the process part or the tool part, but want to bring this third element. So we fondly call this as an improvement, efficiency improvement. Okay, so the lean and the Kanban framework has been the integral part of this efficiency improvement, and it almost has become the lifeline of every project. So the detail, the VSMs, the what needed, what is waste, what is not needed, helps us to clearly focus on the sub-process element. And thereby we could easily adapt the statistical techniques while we could able to use it in the process performance model. So the good part is that every team member, every project of the team member able to embrace this improvement framework. And more importantly, they could able to identify the way to optimize the process steps, but more importantly, without compromising on the quality. Since it has become the integral part and every project started using it, we could easily integrate with the process performance model just by the instance of this lean framework helped us to choose the better life cycle. When we are exploring the options during the performance model as a part of planning, this lean or the Kanban framework was quite handy to understand what might be the right process flow to execute this project, and invariably we could able to execute by implementing this efficient framework. So this has become a, as I mentioned, this has become a lifeline, and I could see almost every project which is a more than of a 10-member team have at least 1 or 2 projects running this efficiency improvement activity.
Correct. I think Shiva, you can, yeah. So on the left-hand corner, you can see there is a repository which has been built by the team. It is almost, we have collated 140 plus case studies while using Lean or Kanban. And good part, I think Shiva has already emphasized the identifying the sub-processes which are critical for the success of the project, as well as to be used for the predicting the performance that the VSM tool as part of the lean helped. And then this has also been identified in not only our CMMI assessment, but where other standards and audits. I can quote an example from TL 9000. The auditor had identified this as an org level best practice by which we could improve the performance across the life cycle.
Yeah, so with the key principle of the so-called inbuilt DBTC Agile framework, and more importantly, adopting the 3-layered approach of process plus diversity plus efficiency improvement, I could confidently say that we could implement this disciplined Agile. The proof of pudding is we could consistently achieving the big wins because of our Agile capability, and obviously our company strategic element and year-on-year targets was on an upward skill, with the underlying support of where we could able to predict our quality goals, and more importantly, we could show the improvement on a yearly basis. So this is very clearly coming out from the achievements we achieved from the improved business performance, or we could able to do the enhanced data predictability, which might be the challenge in our earlier days. And more importantly, we could seamlessly integrate this continual improvement initiative. As like everyone favorite, I am a big fan of MS Dhoni and would like to use this famous quote of "Believe in process and results will take care of it its own." And true to his word, so we emphasize on our process strengths. We took a lot of effort in setting up the right process, and results speaks on its own. So just to make sure that our delivery metrics are very consistent, we hardly miss any of the agreed commitment from the customers. There was absolutely no slippage from the content adherence. That invariably reflected in our CSAT rating. In the scale of 5, we are consistently having a target of 4.5. We are meeting to 4.8 and 4.85 sort of thing in the last 2-3 years sort of thing. And more importantly, our CSAT responses not only resulted in the upliftment of projects, it also reduced our new business model. We could able to adopt and make more releases. That way, customer also seems to be happy. And invariably, our efficiency improvement resulting in reduction of the field defects, which is appearing, and we could able to reduce significantly from the previous years. And just to summarize it, as I said, we started with the greedy element, but the greediness resulted in a big savings. And efficiency improvement has become our part of our journey. Every project has a way to identify a lean or a Kanban, or in case of a shift left mechanism, and try to identify the way to optimize their agreed process. So thereby, we could save at least an average 1 million per year, and closely to 2,000 with the months of effort we could able to save it. So this invariably helps us and confirms that whatever the way we took this approach of disciplined agile using this DBTC really worked wonders for us.
And I'll conclude it by saying we used to present this data to our CFO, and we used to say, Parikshit, at least your team is working free for me. So that $1 million saving is almost leveraging our quality cost budget. And so That really helps actually.
Yeah, that's true. So thanks for the opportunity. So we are open to the question. I hope we are not exceeded the time. Pradeep.
Not at all, Shiva and Parikshit. It's an amazing thing, and glad to know that, your CFO acknowledged your contributions, and I'm sure, things are going great there. And I like the approach. I think the interesting thing as a takeaway for me here is that you certainly have to start with a good foundation, and then start focusing on agility, the development agility, and then taking it from there to actually dealing with predictability as part of your efficiency improvement. And I think that's the core ingredient and a takeaway for me from the talk. There are some very interesting questions. I'm sure that triggered a lot of debatable questions, at the same time some interesting questions. So I will pick the question. The first question, which was a very fundamental question from Praja, is what do you mean by content adherence as an agile metric? That's a fundamental question she probably has. So if you could throw some light, that will help a lot. Shiva and Parikshit.
Yeah, so I'll take this. So continuous adherence is a core metrics. Basically, at the beginning of every sprint or every project, I as a team agree what is my capacity and what is my number of stories I could able to deliver in a given sprint. The sprint normally goes in a cycle of 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So as a team, I agree whether I could able to deliver a 10 stories or a 12 stories. And if I'm going to agree for a 10 story, at the end of the sprint, if I'm going to deliver all the 10 stories, my content adherence will be 100%.
Perfect. So then the next question that comes up is, can you please let us know the sub-process or metrics which is baseline, and briefly explain the prediction model on content adherence and technical debt? That's what they were looking for.
Okay, so that's an interesting question from the perspective of the content adherence and and also the defect part. So we as I mentioned, we had a very good metric system where we could able to identify the velocity of each of these projects. Okay, so at the end of every sprint, the number of story points and also the number of engineers, we could able to arrive on the velocity. So velocity was taken as a factor. And the controlling factors are called sub-process factors. Is basically the number of stories I could agree upon each sprint sort of thing. So based on the velocity and based on my capacity, I could able to control my factors or sub-control factors where I could predict with my current pass velocity and the capacity I have and the amount I have agreed of whether my prediction model is able to deliver it or not. Just to extend the same thing, let's say my velocity is 1 story per week or 1 story per sprint, and if I have a 10-member team, my capacity will be, assuming that my 10-member team works on 80% efficiency, I agree for 8 stories in a given sprint. But my past baseline shows that I can only deliver 7 stories. My probability of meeting my 8 stories will be showing it as is less than 70% or 80%. So that will trigger some sort of an option involvement, whether I need to optimize my process, whether I should bring some automation. Thereby, I could able to identify whether I'm meeting or not. I hope it's a long answer, but I hope I missed it.
No, absolutely. No, spot on there, Shiva. So the next question that triggers from that same train of thought is that when we speak about the performance model, the base measurement of the project or a size or an effort is mandatory. So in such a case, what estimation method or a model do you use?
Yeah, as when we define the framework, we had multiple options to do the estimation techniques. We use this T-shirt type estimation, which is predominantly the estimation technique we adopted. But there are cases, depends upon the techniques, we also identify multi models. But T-shirt estimation will be the base model for most of our internal customers. When we go work with the customer, we also have an opportunity of doing instead of T-shirt, we also had an opportunity of estimating through other function points, also very rare cases. But predominantly T-shirt estimates where we could have a reference point, and against the reference point, we could able to estimate it.
Perfect. So, and that's certainly great. And there's a last question I'll take, given the time that we have. And for all the others who have posted the questions, we certainly, as I mentioned in the initial start, we will be sending these questions to the authors of these papers, specifically targeted to them. So they would certainly be answering, and we would be mailing those answers to all of you as well, to the attendees. So that way you'll have a clear Q&A documented with you. The last question, Shiva, before I move on to the next talk is, what's the prediction time frame for your PPMs? Are you predicting the range of likely outcomes at the end of the sprint for each release, at the end of each project? That's the question for you.
This is one more question. When we started the model, we started at the release. That's what we started it. And the way the data flowed in, we could also able to reduce the frequency where we started doing on a sprint perspective. Initially, when we set up the system, it was a release. The release was invariably a 3 months time or a 4 months time. The more the data came into the picture, we could able to predict, or I say the frequency of the prediction, the adherence, the probability, we could able to even do at the end of each sprint, say the third week or the fourth week itself. It needed some time, it needed some lead time, but the moment the process becomes mature, or I said discipline process, we could able to do it on an even more shorter sprints.
Correct. I think for a slightly projects which have a longer duration, Pradeep, you have the data and then you can predict it at a sprint level, as Shiva was saying. But yes, initially it takes time.
Perfect. No, I would love to keep conversing with both of you in greater detail, because I think what you presented kind of sparked a lot of conversation. A lot of questions are coming up, much more specific and technical questions for each one of you. I think you'll have your weekend completely full, in terms of answering all the things that you have performed. And absolutely amazing. In the sense, really, really thank you both, Shiva and Prikshit, and love to hear more of this from you later, and I'll share with you what we have as a plan. Okay, so thank you, and thanks a lot for taking your time today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Perfect. Now we move on to the next talk, which is also an interesting and an interesting, insightful talk, if I may say so. And I have the pleasure of introducing, two of my colleagues, Nishant, who they're speaking on use cases in agile modeling. So we have Nishant, who is a 16+ years of experience, and he's coming with major strengths and understanding of agile, safe, Six Sigma, lean, as well as CMMI. He's my go-to man when I have a situation on agile. So I'm really looking forward to listen to this. Then we have Prakash, who is a consulting partner, and he's also responsible, for various engagements across the country and internationally as well. And Prakash and me also are very great friends, and both of them are very inquisitive, intriguing when it comes to presenting on a combination of discipline and agility. So Nishant and Prakash, over to you, and I would love to hear more on the use cases in agile modeling that you're presenting about today. Nishant?
Yeah. Hi.
Absolutely. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
So, Prakash would be, first of all, greetings of the day. I believe the first view would be from Prakash's side. So Prakash, let's get it kick-started.
Yeah. Thanks. I think I'm audible, right?
Yes.
Absolutely, Prakash. Okay. Audible and visible.
So I think I would like to start first with Shiva and Prikshit. Thank you so much for creating the context, as it were, for the presentation that we are going to make. And Pradeep, you know what? Some of the last 2-3 questions that were posed, right, to Shiva and Prikshit, possibly, the answers for some of this, the clues for some of this could be found in the presentation that we are going to make. Okay. So hi, everybody. This is Prakash here from QAI, and I'm joined by my colleague Nishant. And over the next 30 minutes, we will bring to you some perspectives based on our experiences on modeling in agile delivery. To set a context, right? So we are aware that in today's context, and I think through the forums that happened earlier, everybody spoke about it, especially in the IT domain, where speed of delivery and time to market has become essential for business survival. Agile, as we know, has become what I call the default operating model. And as teams collaborate and strive to deliver value at scale through a set of increments, business leaders continue to face the classic project management uncertainties. And these uncertainties are not going away, right? Whether it's agile or non-agile.
around the ability of projects to deliver on committed scope on time and at acceptable costs. So in this presentation, we'll touch upon the use of predictive analytics as one of the facets of high maturity practices in Agile. All right. So let us reflect on some of the characteristics of what we call a high maturity state, right? So what we're saying is, while intuition is good and it's relevant, how do we use data to support decision making to bring more credibility and authenticity to the decision making process? How do we draw upon the historical data to simulate future possibilities and outcomes? How do we identify signposts of early warning to help us pivot to make course corrections on time? And how do we make investment decisions? Very important, right? Because we're talking about continuous improvement here in high maturity, but how do we make those decisions based on what we call as informed assumptions anchored in data? So in a stable business as usual high maturity state, organizations as a collective transcend from the stage of conscious competence to unconscious competence, creating delivery and value differentiators. So a quick glance around, this is a very standard approach, but just want to re-emphasize that the approach used in Agile model building, it starts from left to right. It always starts, right, with the what and the why. And those are these insights that delivery teams ask for, the product owners seek, the business stakeholders seek. So we look at the what's and whys from these stakeholders. The next stage, so which is called as framing the whys. Okay, why are we doing the modeling? What purpose is it solving? What insights is it trying to give? And what insights do our stakeholders really need? The next stage is to brainstorm on the potential influencing factors, and some of those have to be controllable so that we are able to influence the outcome, right? And then what we do is determine the right modeling technique to be used in the context of usage. And then obviously we move on to the data discovery process, the data preparation process, the hygiene checks, and the whole 9 yards of model building, accuracy validation, user training, deployment, and calibration. So that's in a nutshell, the model building process. Now, more importantly, when we start doing modeling in Agile, right, what we try to do is put some guiding principles in place so that we remain honest to the purpose. And some of these are this, right? It's important to recognize, especially in an Agile project, that every Agile project has nuances, right? No two Agile projects are exactly the same. There are nuances. And the modeling needs to be sensitive to this. It has to be contextualized for the delivery cadence and the Agile operating environment. As we start with the what's and the whys and drill down into the X's, it's important to identify the X's that are generally anchored in the activities that we perform in Agile delivery. More importantly, we know models become useful when they allow us the capability to identify early risks and make course corrections. And since the essence of Agile is continuous learning, factoring the impacts of learning, feeding them back into the models, and using it as feed forwards is a critical aspect of model maintenance. And this is what we do is we generally agree as a team when we work with our clients on some of these guiding principles that then sets the tone for the modeling effort that follows. Now I hand it over to you, Nishant, to share with you glimpses on 3 use cases. And believe us, we have worked on multiple experiments here, but what we do from a short, it's a 20-25 minutes presentation. Nishant will share glimpses with you. I'm saying glimpses on 3 use cases around Agile modeling. And Shiva mentioned that very quick earlier in the earlier presentation as well, towards the last end of his presentation. Use case around sprint level modeling, the release level modeling, and a program increment or a safe kind of a modeling. Okay, I think over to you, Nishant.
Thanks, Prakash. So as part of this activity, we will be covering 3 use cases of modeling in a typical Agile Scrum parlance. All of these models that you see have undergone a rigor of a proper level 5 appraisal in the near past as such, right? Now, The way to look at it would be that whenever we are predicting at a sprint level, we need to predict key outcomes at a sprint level, taking the point where you had mentioned about understanding what we need to predict, right? So some of those predictions would be at a sprint level. And this is particularly applicable for projects that make a release at the end of every sprint. Now, in case we have a release level approach in terms of the agile implementation, sprint level prediction, so you have a multi-level prediction here, even in the release level, you would have sprint level predictions rolling up to the dynamics of a release. This includes, possible exploratory or discovery sprints and possible hardening sprints, and those dynamics also come into play. Okay. The third is a scaled agile flavor with prediction of items at a PI level, rolling up from predictions at lower level, not only across a single team, but also horizontally across multiple teams, right? So now we go step into use case one, right? And this use case one typically deals with a project scenario, an interesting project at that. It runs with a 4-week sprint. There is a penalty for not meeting minimum story point targets. And these targets are set by the customers on a mutual agreement with the project teams themselves. So the expectation would be around saying we need to deliver about 120 story points in a sprint. And that's exactly what we need to get delivered at the end of every sprint. If you do not meet 120, you end up paying a penalty. The outputs for this typical model include story points that would be likely to be delivered at the end of the sprint and the likely number of demo defects based on prior history and analysis of previous sprints. The interim outputs would also tell you what would be the defects that would be found in the different reviews that may be happening and across independent testing stages, which is being applied in this particular operating context, this agile project. Right? Inputs to the model include one, team capacity, and that's based here, based on FTE count, ideal day hours, holidays, and planned timeouts. On a 4-week sprint, the table shows the calculations for a typical sprint. Is around the skill levels. Team has mixed skill levels and performance is tied to the historical performance of the team at different skill levels. Learning curve is also factored in for new joinees. When we did further data analysis with this projects and this organizations, this particular project's data, we realized that there was a relationship, interestingly, an inverse relationship between skill levels versus the kind of story points that were being delivered. And that is due to a very specific nature or a decision taken as part of the operating nature of the project. Right? The other factor which comes into picture is impediments, both the count and the time or effort lost due to impediments. This eats up significant portions of capacity. We can try and use prior history as a basis and then figure out if such kind of simulations or triggers occur, but we could use that directly as a factor in the model. Next is the story points delivered in the previous sprints, the review defects, the QA defects, and the demo defects as it forms prior history. So the logic is to use each currently completed sprint as an input, as a feed to predicting the next sprint's outputs. Ideally, the previous sprint's data is ready by the time the demo has been completed or sprint review is completed. And there is a brief period of time before the sprint completion towards and the sprint planning start. So by then you take the data from the relevant tools and try and feed it into the system. The data requirements and computing can be made in such a way that it's minimal in terms of data being asked, but highly efficient in terms of prediction. The next factor that we looked at was a team collaboration index, a factor that is altered based on team dynamics and the customer interaction. So this is again more of a subjective field which we have used, and we try and convert that into certain numerical parameters so that we can use them effectively in our applications. Right? So here is a Monte Carlo simulation view. And then we've used both models here. We've used two methods here. One is for a Monte Carlo simulation approach and regression is being used. The snapshot is given here in the model. Out of the 6 factors which are inputs to the model, The real controllable factor in this case, and this is a very special case where we had time available, but effort data became a challenge. So we had used this model to work on rate of completion as a factor in the model. Now, the rate of completion of story points across the sprint's duration is entirely a function of the team's efficiency and performance. Simulation based on prior sprint performance is used to predict sprint outcomes as part of sprint planning. The outcomes can be analyzed for risks and actions duly taken. Right? Now, while that seems to be relatively straightforward, we did do additional rounds of data analysis as part of high maturity. And we realized that story types, sizes, and patterns also influence the certainty of degree, which has been considered as part of regression. For example, the time duration that it requires for you to complete a story of size 1 or 2 and the proportion of effort or time it takes may be different in ratio compared to a story of size 8. And we did find out that there are relationships between the two, and hence built an additional regression layer over this. The team runs the model with due inputs at the end of each week, being a 4-week sprint, and checks if the rate of completion of stories is in line with the planned values or expectations. Right? And if you notice, the slide indicates in this, it actually indicates a rate of completion based on historical data, actual completion rate, and what if completion rate at fixed intervals of time. Contrary to popular belief or contrary to belief, burn up or burn down in agile projects is strictly not a linear function. When you analyze the data, you may realize that it tends to follow S-curves or any other curves. And this allows you to track actions in case the curves taper or diverge significantly from plan. In this particular case, the line in blue talks about the planned rate which we are supposed to accomplish. And at the end of each point, it talks about where we are. So you would be probably a little worried if at the end of week 2, you're falling significantly off. And the team did step in and take some actions by which it started moving significantly towards week 3 and running into completion within time for the expected outcomes. Now, the rate of completion uses time as compared to the traditional effort construct. Reruns of the model can be done at any point of time, be it daily, weekly, or any other time window that you want. Okay. Now, quickly moving on to a use case 2, another variety of project in an agile construct. One is that it's a single team and it's a release consisting of multiple sprints. The project scenario is that it's a multi-sprint release. You have a variety of sprints in the same release, which includes exploratory sprints or discovery sprints and hardening or stabilization sprints. Now, typically the input is to use capacity and predict out story points. And an effort from prior history is used to understand the quantum of effort required for exploratory or hardening sprints. Outputs include the story points that would be delivered at the end of the sprint, the likely demo defects, interim outputs, and interim outputs include defects that would be found in review and testing stages. Right? Now, input to the models include one is team capacity, as you can see here. That is a controllable factor. Skill levels, again, mixed skill levels. Performance is tied to historical performance. You have impediments, again, story points delivered in the previous sprints as a feedback into the current one. The type of sprint, as in it's controllable, you can choose what goes into every type. So that's an interesting factor. Demo feedback, again, team collaboration index, and productivity by work type, which is around stories based on whether it's front end, middle layer, back end, whether it's fully technical, testing specific stories, etc. Right? Now, here are a set of equations and the approach that we looked at from both using Monte Carlo and regression-based approaches. If you look in the bottom, you would find that there are linkages which indicates the linkage between productivity and defect. We are finding out that there is a function between a relationship between productivity and quality. So here is an example of some of the sub-process and how you can use it with respect to what-if scenarios. Right? Now, predictions roll up from individual sprints to a release in terms of outputs. Recalibration of the model is based on certain outcomes. Time-based, which is roughly between every 3 to 4 sprints, wherein you relook at the data, relook at the distribution of the parameters. We look at process performance and innovation impact by observing impact on the sub-process and its performance. Impact of retrospectives and actions and outcomes of causal analysis, and any major dynamics changes in the system, as in addition of new teams, removal of teams, etc., which may be factors in the overall part. The use case 3 takes into account the safe approach in terms of scaling agile. We have multiple teams with release consists of multiple sprints with fixed 2 weeks cadence. The outputs focus exclusively on predictability. While story points and demo defects are the usual suspects, the model also tries to predict possible business value that can be delivered at the end of each PI, and to each user story where there is a functional aspect. Right? Now, we all know that functionality is not the only thing that the team requires to build key outcomes and great products. There is always a risk reduction and an opportunity value, which is used for pure technical or enabler-based stories, which are needed to ensure that technical aspects of building the product are also considered. So it's a balance between the two elements that you want, between the technical and the functional aspects. Okay? So business value can be leveraged only if the functional aspects of the implementation are covered, which covers the hardcore engineering parts of architecture, design, deployment, and automation. In a large release, you need to balance both. Inputs include skill levels, fixed skill levels, team capacities, impediments, story points, the nature of the sprints that you're doing, and a very key new addition that is there, which is to be used at the time of PI big room planning, which is to use WSJF as an approach, weighted shortest job first, and then that directs and picks out which are the user stories that are likely to be adding highest value to my product, and what should I pick them and how should I balance them. Right? Again, productivity based on work type and by team, story based on front end, middleware, back end, and each team which contributes in these agile trades has its own performance characteristic. Right? Automation available. Sometimes this is directly available. Sometimes this ends up being in the risk reduction and opportunity for improvement, the RROP bucket. Here is an example of an input. The WSJF calculation, weighted shortest job first, is given on the table. This puts priority on what to pick, right? And feasibility of the story points versus capacities duly ascertained based on what you pick. Now, individual teams performance are given here. Calibrations are based on individual team performance. Aggregated performance is also available, as you can see. Here is a burn-up chart that talks about how business value gets generated and how we can look at it. Again, recalibration is done in a very similar fashion as compared to the previous, except that there are team level inputs as well. So we have many other model flavors. One is a factory model based, which can be continuous work style. We have an arrival pattern based on Kanban. We've got development and services combinations for enhancements and support. We can also look at predicting technical debt and aligning effort in case we have multi-team. And then you have UAT that can be managed across the board. Right? So that concludes a quick overview of the models at hand.
Hey, hi Nishant. A quick question here. When you propagate this fantastic modeling approaches in Agile, right? We are curious to know what has been the reaction and the response from the Agile community.
So I'll answer it again in a pictorial fashion. Right? It begins with skepticism, then moves on to open hostility, where the gloves come off and people show the bare knuckles saying, how dare you do this? Then it moves to a stage of brokered peace and grudging acceptance, right? That it actually works and actually ends up with an acceptable ending. Some teams actually take it further as well. Right? So that's a very key thing that is we have experienced live. I'm still alive and around, which tells me that this seems to work. So I think that's
you are lived to tell the tale. Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect. No, that is very, very interesting use cases, Nishant. And,
I
and
think
thankfully,
Pradeep, a couple, if you allow us a minute here. Okay, just summarize some things.
Okay.
Okay, quickly, one of the questions that people ask, right, and that has been the constant debate, is practicing high maturity in agile actually an anti-agile pattern? Is there a conflict really? Okay, I just wanted to place a viewpoint here for the benefit of our listeners. In our view, the way to look at it is that we are trying to get quantitative insights on the diligence with which we practice agile principles. So what you see on this slide is a set of known agile principles on the left, and the questions that serve as a test of how well are we practicing the agile principles in reality, right? With the quantitative indicators to the right. So what we're trying to convey is we're converting these principles and testing them through a set of matrices. As an example, so on the first screen, right? I mean, to test the agile principle around individuals and interactions, you would ask these questions, right? Do we have the right people with the right skills and motivation for the agile sprint? Is the quality of interactions actually adequate and effective, and so on, right? And that would lead us to that measurable indicators on the right. And we can extend this across to the other principles: delivering working software, maintaining constant pace, attention to technical excellence, responding to change, and so on. What we're trying to convey here is that the measures that you see here on the right that come out of these conversations is what then go in as factors in modeling. So again, the question really is practicing agile, high maturity in agile an anti-pattern? We think maybe not. Leveraging data across sprints to derive quantitative insights that drive improvement actions, in our view, can actually help increase the trust in the agile process and bring in a sense of delivery assurance. Using CMI HM practices, in summary, can hence be possibly a good supplement to the agile toolbox. And that is what I just want to summarize there.
Perfect summary, Prakash. You make my life always easier, and it makes it very easy for me to kind of point to the questions. And as anticipated, there are a lot of technical questions on how to do it. So for example, there are questions around how business value should be computed. There are questions around which model to use. There are questions on what potential factors should we consider as part of sub-process definition. I think there are, and how do you even prepare a PPM? But I think the most interesting question that I see here, is what compromises, if any, did you have to make to the pure agile to accommodate building a process performance model? Okay. For example, did you have to implement the standard definition of a story point to make the project data fit the PPM needs? That's a question which I thought was very interesting. And if you could throw a quick light on it, maybe a minute, and then we can move on to the next talk.
So I'll start off with just a quick point. They say the devil is in the details. And I would say, if you extend details, the devil is in the data, right? So it's not about compromises. I think it's about understanding what agile teams value as the output, right? Start with the outputs that are necessary to be modeled. Start with your whys and then trace your way back to the excess is a very good way of doing. There are certain cases where people say, hey, we don't do aspects of design review that frequently. Hey, our code review is a little dicey. We don't have information around unit testing. Things like that come up, and then we try to look at a proper via media on saying, what is its impact on my final demo related defects? What's the impact on my final quality? And how is it affecting my velocity input points?
Yeah, I think to add to that, Nishant, Pat's question was also on the story point size, if I understand. So what we have generally done, this modeling is very project specific. So which means so long as the project teams have a consistent and repeatable way of estimating size, right, using some reference size models, that would kind of take away the noise from the variation, right? So I think that is the whole point. So most of this, what we're saying is the modeling approaches succeed very well at an atomic, at a project level. And that's where the submission comes.
Perfect. And I think that's a very lovely talk, Prakash and Nishant. I think you really made the audience, ask a lot of questions, and your weekend thereby is dedicated to them. So you need to really spend a lot more elaboration on a lot of elements that we spoke about, like understanding technical debt measurement, or for that matter, looking at how do we address, unavailability of unit testing in agile, and that's where a lot of questions are coming from, and they keep coming. I don't know how to stop them. It's not fair to stop them. Maybe you should have given a little lesser summary and then like more for question and answers, or made it completely interactive. But as time would permit, I certainly need to thank you for your time, and really appreciate for giving this insightful, inquisitive talk as always, and really pleasure having you here. So thank you, once again.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so moving on to the next talk, I think we have now we have seen, if you notice the trend that we are going through, what we have noticed is clearly an understanding of, how we build a foundation, which Shiva and Prikshit explained. And then we saw a certain set of use cases which would come into play when we are dealing with agile modeling in the HM environment. The next paper is also very interesting, because here is where they have truly applied these principles in optimizing the software user experience through usability assessment and analysis, and thus enabling and enhancing the business performance. So I would like to invite, Ms. Anna Peter and her team, Kavita and Venkat Lakshmi. Anna is the Senior DGM at Bharat Electronics Limited. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I think, can we start with our presentation straight away?
Absolutely. No, we'd love to hear more of your ideas and thoughts on the same. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Perfect. You can put it in a screen mode, presentation mode. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Anna. And welcome to your team again. And really glad to have you here and the team. And our regards to Praveen, who could not make it, but certainly we would have loved to have him as well. So all over to you, Anna. Your 25 minutes start now. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Actually, I would like to first thank QAI for giving us this time to present one of our best practices as part of the high maturity best practices presentation. And in fact, our relation with QAI is more than 20 years old. And we represent the Bharat Electronics Software Division. Myself, Senior DGM, as Pradeep has introduced, and my team, Kavita and Venkat Lakshmi, are managers at V&V testing in software SBU BEL. And our company is a Navratna Public Sector Unit established in 1954 under the Ministry of Defense in India. And initially, it was focusing purely on electronics products and components for defense. At present, we are operating in the strategic electronics in defense and other non-defense segments. And it's a multi-unit company. We have around 9 units across India, and we have multiple products ranging from radars, weapon systems, and communication. And of course, we are focusing on many civilian products, which include the electronic voting machine and ventilators, as well as homeland security, smart city solutions. And the recent addition to our product range is software focus, the software products and services. The software SBU is actually having a professional competency which ranges from certified project management professionals, software quality professionals, software testers and test managers, penetration testers and ethical hackers, reliability and quality engineers, Six Sigma professionals, both green belts and black belts, and auditors in the ISO streams. And the software development, our software business offerings focus on software development and maintenance in all the domains that BL is handling. as well as quality and assurance services, which include independent verification validation, software quality audits, IT security audits, vulnerability assessment, and penetration testing. Just taking a look at our continual improvement journey, like we heard from the Capgemini team about doing, being, then thinking, and finally so they have also brought the final culture, the cultural changes. So a similar journey we have also taken, wherein initially we were at the ISO certified, and then we went ahead with basically the proving phase, wherein the evidences were more important, evidences in maturity. And we went on to software CMM level 4 in 2004. Later, we focused more on practicing it in the real sense. And then we became software CMMI development model maturity level 5, initially version 1.2, then version 1.3, and presently we are at version 2.0. In addition to that, at present, we have gone ahead from practicing phase to aligning our own practices, our own processes to the true process model, and in the true sense, living, breathing, and thriving in it. So we are having our software processes at IEEE 12207. We are certain empanel for performing IT security audits. Our QMS is ISO 9001, ISMS is ISO 27001, and we also are ITSM certified ISO 20000. In addition, we are the DRDO SEMILAC approved for performing independent verification and validation. So now going ahead, basically one point is that up to the 2018, we were working purely as a part of BL's R&D division. So it was more like software products and services for our internal projects. But after 2018, we started focusing on external business. So the business achievable, we started looking at, based on the high maturity practices, business performance modeling we have done. The business achievable is focusing on turnover from the software products and services. We have seen from the sensitivity that basically the business achievable was highly sensitive on, of course, the overall productivity and on the defect elimination in-house. And it is negatively affected by defects beyond systems testing. That is, defects lead to factory acceptance test and later is negatively affecting the business achievable. So if we go ahead, the causal analysis, when we perform, we are seeing that the productivity is negatively affected by rework towards the later stage. And of course, defects at FAT can be reduced by increasing defects elimination in-house, which is a very obvious thing. As we see the defect curve, large amount of defects are sourced at early stage, while in steps, we end up detecting the defects, and the cost of elimination of defect increases as we go ahead. Beyond system testing, the cost to eliminate defect is too high. When we analyzed our own factory acceptance test defects and operational field defects, we have seen that we went on improving our maturity. Functional defects capturing was increasing consistently right from 1997 right up to 2015-16. We saw functional defects capture. We have matured so much. But then after functional defects, we saw that there is usability and security related issues that is coming out. So going ahead, we saw that usability defects and the related reworks at factory acceptance test and later stage were quite high. And if we don't build in user experience right from the beginning, we cannot just rely upon finding the user issues, usability issues at the end of development. The classic leaning tower of Pisa is saying, no, at the end, now that we are going to utilize it, what is the defect? It is impossible to correct or rework cannot be done at this stage. Hence, we need to build in the quality right from beginning. And there are several usability issues that we found in projects. A sample I brought out here. I don't want to read out the entire list because time is very important. But all of us are understanding like too many clicks, too many levels of menu nesting, then flashy UI, too much of the lack of search, help, contact info in a form, then the form doesn't get saved before the submission, all such kind of issues. So looking at software usability, the thing is to get a good quality of the software, usability assessment has to be built in throughout the SDLC. That is, the core purpose is to ensure that the user experience finally is quite high. And also to benchmark the product that we deliver against standards such as we are making use of ISO IEC 9126 and usability standards 9241 and also the Squire or 25010. So there are various usability parameters and attributes against which we are benchmarking our products. And the key aspect in the usability assessment is getting the user himself or a set of user representative user group to test our products in order to assess the user experience and identify the pain points. Usability assessment is not just testing. We established a test facility or an assessment facility in our QA lab in the software division in 2016-17. The usability testing per se is conducted by making use of a representative size of at least 5 users and in multiple rounds. But that is not it. Right from the beginning, from concept evaluation stage and requirement stage, we do UI prototype reviews. During design, we review the design aspects of usability. And then we have built in the usability assessment and analysis as a recurring activity during the software development process. This helps in improving the software's usability and hence the user experience is improved. Now, it can be a traditional waterfall model, it can be an incremental model, it can be an agile model. But we do have stages such as requirement, design development, and validation. So during requirements, we are focusing on the usability requirements, elicitation of UI requirements, prototyping, wireframe models, paper model reviews, etc., to improve the usability at requirement stage itself. Then looking at design and development, we focus on user-centric design and design reviews as well as implementation and code reviews. Then at validation stage, we brought in the major difference here at validation by introducing one new concept called the usability testing. So the test plan brings in the usability test scenarios. The team from representative user teams are identified. Setup is performed, especially we are having our UA lab, wherein we are doing the usability assessment, perform the usability assessment, record the entire exercise, analyze the results against the standards as applicable, then provide the usability benchmarking report and continually improve upon that. This is how we have brought in the change in the user experience. And the assessment process, if we look at it, we see one part of it, which is exactly the previous SDLC or the software development lifecycle with requirements, UI prototyping and requirement review, designing and design review, development and code review. But we have strengthened this existing process, adding usability and user experience guidelines and checklists. But at validation stage, we have introduced a new concept of usability testing during validation. And by this, we have resulted in enhanced user experience. Now going ahead, I would now invite my colleague Kavita to explain a little bit about the usability test environment and the testing process.
Ma'am, so as we can see here, the usability test environment comprises of the participant executing the task. When the participant is executing the actual software, all the user actions, including the audio video, gets recorded. In parallel to that, there is an usability observer who makes use of the expert checklist and guidelines to record the noting of whatever the participant is doing. Then this exercise is repeated for all the users. And at the end of the participant execution completion, each of the user will be asked to fill in the survey questionnaires. The entire recording with the observations noting will then be subjected to analysis by the usability analyst. The results are reported. Usability results reporting, as ma'am has already mentioned, will be in accordance with ISO IEC 9241 and 9126 standards. See, in accordance with 9241 standards, we measure the effectiveness, efficiency, and the system usability scale measurements. With respect to 9126, we have attractiveness, operability, learnability, and the understandability aspects measured for the software. Now let's see some of the sample charts. Ma'am? Can you please move on to the next slide? Ma'am, please move on to the next slide.
I guess there is some little difficulty. There is some net related problem. Yeah, sorry for the delay.
So we can here is a sample representation of some of the usability assessment measurements. As I have already mentioned, the effectiveness of participants in percentage, we can see here the participant 5 has got only 30% in the sense that he could not accomplish the set task. Then average time on task is more for the participant number 7. Then system usability score, which is in turn reflecting the feedback what the user representatives have given at the end of the exercise execution is what is depicted here. We can see participant 1, 2, and 3 have given more than 80%, whereas participant 6 and 7 have given a score of around 62%. Then average mouse clicks, this depicts the overall number of clicks that the users have incorporated in order to accomplish the set task. So now I would like to invite my colleague Venkat Lakshmi to take over the final presentations of usability measurement. Thank you, madam.
We are not able to hear you, Venkat Lakshmi.
Sorry, sir. Thank you, Madam and Kavita, for giving the overview of usability recording, analysis, and measurements collection. We will see the usability reporting. Our usability report covers the usability charts, usability assessment findings, and improvements. Here is a sample radar chart depicted here with usability measurements for one of the executed projects. From this chart, at one glance, we can observe operability is lower than the other usability metrics. So with the aim of improving the operability, we provide usability findings and improvements. Let us see some sample usability assessment findings and improvements given for this project. Madam, can you switch over to the next slide? Ma'am, can you switch over to next slide?
Yeah, just it is taking some time changing to the slide.
Here, there is a sample usability assessment findings and improvements given for this project. All the UI controls need to have unique labels, data type of data fields to be clear, ambiguity of UI controls to be avoided to ease the operability, context desired acknowledgement messages to be displayed for better understanding, visibility of emergency message button to be different from other normal buttons, ambiguity due to repeated icons. Some of the sample improvements are operability to be improved as per the benchmarking report, reduce mouse click counts, reduce levels of menu nesting, reduce average time on task, permission for saving the draft forms to be given before submission, consistent and appropriate acknowledgements, display on data submission, custom recommendations as per standards. With these inputs and closures of the findings, we will enhance the software usability. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Kavita. Thank you, Venkat Lakshmi. Actually, I think there is some minor delay with the internet. That is why the slides are taking some time to change. I am sorry about that. Because of that reason, we have switched off our video also. I hope it will.
That should be okay.
Yeah, so coming towards how we could see the improvement in our business performance, we have seen after introduction of these improvements, focused improvements in the usability testing and usability assessment through the SDLC, we have seen that at validation stage, because of the validation testing inclusion of usability, we are seeing that there is a drastic improvement in the number of defects that we are able to eliminate in-house. And similarly, there is a definite reduction in the number of defects getting detected at FAT. Because of that, the rework also has definitely reduced through the SDLC. When we take the total rework cost has come down after these improvements are set in place. Now, if we look at it, the organization has gone continuously from improving through the continual maturity journey. We have definitely improved the productivity continuously, reduced the factory acceptance test and operational defects continuously, because obviously we were setting in much of continual improvement as we went on improving our process model focus. But around 2015-16, we came to see that we have reached a level of maturity where by improving functionality testing alone, we are not able to go further. The same plateauing also we could see in our customer satisfaction index. But the moment we analyzed our business performance against what has to be achieved further, we found and tackled issues such as usability, and our quality started improving. We saw a sudden jump in the customer satisfaction as well as sudden improvement in the productivity because of the reduction in rework. And we could see that the usability defects, which is shown in this bar chart with that pink color, the usability defects percentage in the factory acceptance test, we are seeing that there is a drastic reduction and it's almost nearing zero right now. So this is the improvement we are seeing. To sum up the whole thing, our continual improvement journey includes sustenance and optimizing of the performance, process performance, using high maturity best practices. We have sustained the CMMI level 5 for the last 12 years, and presently we are at 2.0 version. We have successfully adapted a 2.0 version, and business performance analysis is continuously used to prioritize the critical parameters and improve the product quality, productivity, and customer satisfaction. From 2016-17 onwards, we brought in the novel aspect of usability assessment and designing for usability. We even established a specific lab focusing on usability assessment itself. This has resulted in improved defects detection from validation testing, reduced factory acceptance test defects, of course, much lesser usability defects. We have reduced rework effort due to early detection of defects, and this has improved our productivity. We have improved the user interface. There is qualitative improvement with better look and feel, and quantitative improvement with respect to the quality attribute metrics. And of course, this has resulted in better customer satisfaction results. So if there are any questions, we would like to take it. But before that, I think I will stop the screen share, and my team has a small video to share. Maybe they can start the screen sharing and share that video.
Okay, ma'am.
Tester activity, user actions on sample entry fields, survey questionnaire.
This sequence is showing how our usability assessment is being performed in the lab. So the testers perform the exercise, and we are continuously recording it. At the same time, the observer is watching
preparations,
interactions, and there is a usability analyst who comes into picture, checks the recordings as well as the observer's notes, and performs the benchmarking against the usability standards.
Perfect. That's very, very interesting, Ms. Anna and Venkatalakshmi and the team. This is really interesting. You know, I think there are one question that I can entertain, Anna, at the moment, given the time. And I'll try to combine both the questions that have come up. One is something that you can answer quickly, which is just like usability, have you found the need or warranted a need for focused attention on safety and security? Now, that's a question number one. And secondly, there is a very elaborate one which you may take a long more time, so I will share it offline with you to share with the audience, which is some tips on the process model principles to enable the integration of the requirements of various frameworks that you have been using with the overall business performance. They would like to know those tips. But most importantly, similar to usability, have you seen the need, for safety and security?
Yes, sir, definitely. I will take up. If you notice the initial slides, which is covered in our presentation itself, the causal analysis, we have shown very clearly that other than functionality, when we analyzed our later defects beyond the factory acceptance test and at operational on-field defects, there were two components which came almost neck to neck. That was security and usability. So these two aspects had come up in our 2015-16, that time when we did the business performance analysis, and we tackled both. Actually speaking, both were tackled. So for the security aspect, we set in place one vulnerability assessment and penetration testing lab, and we introduced a secure SDLC aspect. Along with our complete development lifecycle, we introduced the security right from requirement onwards, we built in the security. Parallel to that, we brought in the usability also. These were two initiatives, two HM best practices that we have introduced. Both have been separately analyzed because this particular topic we took up for the focus in this presentation. I tried to focus completely on the usability lab. Otherwise, we have an equally functional VAPT lab also. And that is one of our external services that we are providing, because we are certain empaneled to perform security audits also. So we take a vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, not only for our in-house products, but also for external teams. Usability so far we are doing for our own internal products.
Very nice, ma'am.
The other question,
really,
you can please share the question to us. We will be happy to answer it.
Absolutely, and I will certainly take your time on the weekend. I'll make sure that our audience gets the response and the tips and tricks on integrating various frameworks, because I think that's a very fabulous journey in terms of looking at multiple frameworks with the philosophy of proving the compliance all the way to performance. And I think it's a very good summary of 20 plus years of work that has gone into making the organization a Navratna company in India. And I really, really appreciate all your efforts and the time, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Perfect. So, okay, so now we move on to the next talk. Now having seen it in practice, I think the last talk for today, is by a gentleman named Manish, and the talk is titled on optimizing and pivoting organizational level continuous improvement, agility, and innovation. And for those of you, it's a very interesting confluence of three important concepts, which is continuous improvement, agility, and innovation. And trying to use a framework for it is a fantastic thought process. The gentleman is Manish. Manish is currently principal auditor with Corporate Audit Assessment and Certification Group at Infosys. In his current role, he manages complex audit programs for Infosys, its subsidiaries, acquisitions, and vendors. And these IT audit programs, are mainly focused on various frameworks like SOX, SSAC, HIPAA, PCI DSS, FISMA, and on the contractual and regulatory aspects. So Manish, your 25 minutes are up. You're open for the talk. And I really love your background, especially with your contribution to the community, participating in various non-profit associations. At the same time, a very interesting one, which I noted today, is that you're also a legal professional, which I think is going to help a lot in answering the questions and answers. And welcome to you, Manish, to the forum, and all yours.
Thanks a lot, Pradeep, for the kind introduction. And thanks to QAI for shortlisting our paper. I would also like to thank Isaka for supporting this event. Really nice to listen to all thoughts coming in from various organizations and various leaders. Thanks again, and greetings of the day to everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. Let me share my screen and let me know if it is visible. Is my screen visible?
Absolutely, Manish. Yeah, perfectly clear.
Thank you. Thank you. So about Infosys, some of you who are not aware about the organization. We are an Indian IT organization founded in 1981, almost 40 years old, and primarily we are into business consulting, information technology, outsourcing. We are a 14 billion revenue organization, almost 2.59 lakh employees. Across Infosys Limited, our other legal entities, subsidiaries, and some of the acquisitions we have made in the past. We have presence in 123 countries, wherein we have our marketing offices as well as development centers. At any given point of time, we are serving, or rather we are navigating the next for almost 1,000+ customers. Every quarter, we will have almost 12 to 15,000 active projects. So as part of all this, we have been serving customers across multiple industry segments, whether it is financial services, cards and payments, manufacturing, retail, CPG, logistics, media entertainment, services, utilities, healthcare, insurance, life sciences, and so on. And of course, this includes some of the service offerings as well, as data analytics, your CIS, cybersecurity, digital services, engineering services, application development and maintenance, enterprise application services, testing service as such. We are also working on emerging technologies. We are also into management consulting. We are as well into program management for some of our customers, as well as we are managing some of the strategic technology groups for some of our engagements. As such, we do have a small part of the organization where we are focusing on product research and development. So my paper is going to basically debrief on the outcome, on an outcome-driven model, which is primarily based on MPM governance as well as PCM practice area. And in short, I would talk about the best practices, which have been an outcome. So let me move on. So yeah, I think whether it is CMMI or any other model standard that we follow, I think at the core of everything is what we want to achieve. What is our primary objective? As an organization, we are targeting something. And in easy language, you call it as the business objective of an organization. So what comes to at the bottom of the table, whenever we implement, we bring interventions, whether, with the help of CMMI or any other model, the objectives remain same. I will say they are principal objectives of any organization in any form that they do. We always want to meet our project goals because that's what we have signed for. Our customer demands that from us. So meeting the project goal is the principal objective. The performance is quite important because that's what the customer would give you a repeat chance, or you have a repeat customer. At Infosys, we have almost 93% repeat customers. So performance really matters. Understanding the client expectations in terms of performance and the future requirements is quite important. Everyone here in the forum since beginning spoke about quality. So I need not to speak much, but yes, quality is again something which is a very important lever. Unless until that requirement does not meet, probably you are not seen par with your competitors. So obviously the focus goes there. Revenue and business growth, obviously any service provider would look for that. And as you know that across the globe, when you go for any new engagement. The CIOs have been asking for a cost reduction, almost 1.5% to 2%, 2.5%, something like that, year on year. And to do that in this competitive market, it calls for various levers, and optimization is one such key lever. So optimization as a general word, I'm telling, within it, your automation initiatives, all other initiative, whether it is resource planning, your internal expenses, everywhere the optimization comes in. And of course, innovation, as you know, that now everything is moving on to digital. So innovation, is definitely a key objective that as an organization, we are interested to move in.
Manish, we are still on the about Infosys slide, so we can't see the next slide.
Okay. Please let me know if my slide is visible. Business objectives of an organization.
Not yet, Manish. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll stop sharing and reshare.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
No, it's yet to come on. Okay.
So
yeah, you could continue speaking on the topic, and then the slide comes on. We can certainly move it. Yeah.
Sure. So our context, basically, when we talk about principal objectives, we would try to assimilate all these objectives in terms of a quality function of an organization. What is that we are looking at? What is our context in it? So our context, when we talk to delivery as a quality person, we always focus on, okay, on-time delivery is something which I am much more interested in, because that's what really matters here. Increase in revenue, increase in productivity, and so on. These are also key requirements. Gone are those days wherein we have flexibility to discard any kind of variation in effort and schedule. Now that doesn't work. Effort and schedule have to be kept in control or within certain specified limits, otherwise the project is not profitable. So effort and schedule variation is quite important in our normal projects. At the same time, when we spoke about quality, the zero defect density or successful UAT at the end is an indication that you have done the project well, you have met the intended requirement of the project that the customer had. Of course, many of the customers have now been asking about agile adoption. And moving on to agile adoption, not only from a process perspective as well as contractual, because you have milestones, you work on a small time gaps, you want the billing also to improve. So all that comes in, and as well as innovation, through automation or some other levers, that is a key requirement. So that's what forms our context. But as soon as we talk about this context, what hits our mind is are there any challenges? Yes, of course there are challenges that we all face day to day within our organization. So for example, challenges and experience. As soon as we take up a new project, transition from an incumbent vendor or a customer to our own organization itself is not a cakewalk. In what form, complete or incomplete, what amount of information and data is being shared for us to take up the project itself is an exercise. If that part is impacted, then the entire duration of the project that is there with us is going to get impacted. So we need to ensure that transition goes smooth. When we move into the steady state, by that time there are no lack of clarity in terms of the requirement and what we need to do next. Apart from this, there are customers wherein they come with frequent requirement changes, be it their business need or be it their lack of clarity in terms of what they expect out of the project. So that is there. Attrition also has been a challenge, in managing the deliveries. So unavailability of tool license or ensuring, since we have a limited budget internally to spend, how much would you spend on a tool license, how much other kind of investment you have to do, what kind of skill set is required to perform the project. These are certain challenges. You also, think of the dependencies that we have. You also think of the dependencies that we have from the customer or any third party getting involved. Some of us work with suppliers, so outsourcing them any part of the engagement or program that we have been handling is also something which requires supervision, and of course at times it could be challenging. Technology has been changing very rapidly. So, once on one hand, it is a killer as well, because technology disruption calls you for, be very agile and, on dot with, what all will work in future for this, what all could be the potential in future for your application and so on. So end user, feedback or accessibility in terms of, how their experience will be, how the end user will feel when he uses the particular tool, application, software or product and so on. So all this is there. Estimation, I was emphasizing on estimation because there are umpteen examples wherein, we have a nice project, but somewhere on the estimation part, we failed initially. We were failing through the project life cycle. We wanted to come back and do a beneficial project. Our project deliveries were good, but then somewhere on the estimates, we could not do well. And then, that has impacted financially to the program. Delivery within schedule is also quite linked to profitability aspect, as well as time to market for the customer. So that also is something which is challenging, that calls for multiple things. Quality of output, we spoke about, less of defects or zero defects and so on. So basically your output is not problematic to the customer. Also, we use multiple tools within the organization. People feed in data. At times we expect certain metrics to be generated and we want to analyze them for the next step. But what if this data which is updated, the metrics which is updated itself is not giving the correct information? These metrics are not correct. So they can also, create an impact. So these are some of the challenges that we have been facing. And as soon as we think about this, you would realize that, any of these parameters, if you say, for example, on-time delivery, I'm taking that as an example. On-time delivery is again a function of multiple things. Multiple variables are involved. For example, the requirement finalization, skill index, or the kind of resource that we have deployed on the project, whether he is new, whether he is experienced, whether he has the right skill or not, in terms of the effort and the schedule we have estimated, the plans we have done, will it work out correctly or not? We have referred the past data for such estimations, what kind of tools we are going to use, as well as a combination of employees of various strengths, various set of experiences to manage the project, so well. So I will say that this is how the process performance, for any key thing has to be done. I have one more example. For example, when we talk about defect density. So defect density again could be a function of multiple things. It could be peer reviews. It could be, experienced developer, he can do fastly without lesser number of bugs, while a fresher may have more number of bugs. how effectively you are using a tool to analyze your code to tell you, if there are any defects and so on, so that you can reduce the cycle time. Reusable code, which has been kind of tested already in the past, will save you some time if you find it usable. So most of the organizations also do have reusable code repository, and if it is allowed to the client, they go ahead and do it after declaring to the client. Effectiveness of your unit testing and all will also have an impact on defect density. So that's what I was trying to bring out, how these problem statements are a function of multiple parameters or metrics. So what do we do? So I say all these parameters are nothing but in some form of certain metrics, certain processes. So we are calling it as metrics mapping or sub-process mapping. So that is the next step that we have been trying to do to resolve this issue. So I'm giving certain examples. Let me know if my slide has been visible to all of you, or you're still facing any challenge.
We are still facing the challenge, Manish, so we're not able to see the slides. Yeah, okay.
I'll try once again if that helps.
Surely, we certainly can share it subsequently as well with the audience.
Sure.
No.
Is it visible?
No, Manish, no.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, I'll continue with the presentation and I will share it so that people can look into it. So when we talk about metrics mapping and sub-process mapping, I'm just talking about some of the metrics across the life cycle. For example, we'll identify estimation as an area, requirement analysis as an area, design as an area, coding, our test execution, release management. If you are working on any managed services, say for example, ticket assignment and ticket, basically management of the tickets. So I'm taking one example of estimation. So estimation again, is a function of, we'll break it down into effort, schedule, cost, budget, productivity, and so on. Requirement, we'll again break it down. Okay, requirement specification, how we are capturing. Non-functional requirements, how we are capturing. Change management, prioritization of requirements. Basically, if you have a agile life cycle, again, you get into that mode of discussing with the client side in terms of what has to be prioritized and so on. Some projects, we do use case modeling, prototyping, piloting, reviews, sign-offs. They are also quite important to ensure that the requirements are rightly frozen and we proceed in the right direction. So they help us to control the ambiguities as well as make it more predictable in terms of whether we have been going on the right path. Code review, when we say there are multiple interventions which will be brought, like coding standards, following all the coding standards, language specific coding standards, best practices which have emerged internally or externally outside the organization, visiting them, using multiple tools, say static code analyzer, looking at the metrics in those analyzer and then taking suitable actions. For the non-functional requirement, whether it has been captured properly and as part of the design as well as the coding, it has been done well, and you go through the traceability and check all that. Of course, it is a function of whether you have done the NFR properly in the initial phase of the project itself when the requirement was being prepared. Then defect density versus say lines of code and so on. In terms of testing, multiple metrics will be there. So we'll map these metrics across the life cycle. For example, our test case coverage, number of test case that we have executed, we have not executed, number of test cases which have passed in the first go, number of test cases which have passed in the second test, number of test cases which failed actually. Then your defect analysis here, how many are critical, medium, low, high, and so on. Defect leakage, you have multiple metrics there. You also have, say, defect removal efficiency and so on. So looking into all this, and that's where I was talking about metrics mapping and the sub-process mapping. So we have done a couple of them, and I was trying to bring certain case studies. What was the status before and what is the status after? Of course, these all have been challenging. On a cost and effort perspective, I wanted to bring case study in short to cover. We received multiple benefits. We saw significant improvement due to proper requirement management, effort estimation, cost and schedule estimation, planning of resources, appropriate skill set deployment in the projects, using certain assets from our reuse repositories, emphasizing on self-review, peer review, group reviews, tool-based reviews, and so on. We could actually minimize the effort, and this helped in cost saving, thereby helping us with the margin. So this was one of the process improvement. Another process improvement on the defect reduction part. So we have been using multiple tools, of course, in addition with the reviews, analyzing all those outcomes, ensuring that by default the coding standards are followed in the code base. The developer kind of indicates what is the coding standard he or she has followed during the self review or the peer review, at the end of the project or during the project. Any best practice that they have identified, we in the normal daily stand-up meeting or weekly meetings, we ask them to talk about it, as well as, if possible, document it for reference to the entire team as well as other projects, if that is shareable. And of course, identifying the skill gaps and working on the skill improvement, as well as very effective testing. We have been able to work positively towards defect reduction. Ticket management, when I was talking about, of course, a lot of places, automation, advanced reporting and analysis, 100% tool-based usage, alert mechanisms, status tracking, allocation, prioritization, process efficiency metrics, and all we have put in place to see the improvements, and we have been getting improvements. So these are some, I just put three case studies for reference. And lastly, in terms of the takeaways, what we have predominantly seen is that after deployment of all these things, we have seen a positive mindset among the team members. We have also experienced that there have been continuous involvement of senior management. They have been giving more of inputs for process adherence, lot of emphasis on process adherence and reviews internally, even at their level. We have also explored that, yes, sometimes customer comes with the thought that they want us to follow X life cycle model for development, and we have suggested them that, yes, for this particular project, agile would do well, this particular project, iterative would do well, somewhere V model would do well, or DevOps will do well, or any other model, depending on the nature of engagement. So we have been able to make a choice there, which has been very clear to us, and it has helped both the parties. We have been achieving our business objective, final business objective, in terms of a project which is well accepted by the customer as well as profitable to us. As I said, metrics mapping, continuous monitoring of all these metrics, skill enhancement of the employees has been helping us in empowerment as well as mentoring. A lot of emphasis on tool usage has come, and it has become part of the daily life cycle that we are spending there at the office. So huge dependency on tool has also come up, and that eliminates the chance of any human-based error that we have, as well as a better, improved way of tracking things, doing things, analyzing things. A lot of emphasis has come on self-reviews. We have been able to put up independent testing teams. In fact, at the developer level, also, they kind of voluntarily look into, their peers or their self-done code to see if, kind of internal review to see that, yes, they could not pass on the defect to the next group. All this actually, impacting us in positive cars. So we have been trying to derive as much benefit as possible from positive cars. For example, any higher productivity or zero defect in a project. When we see, we immediately perform a car, we analyze, why did this happen, what made it possible to have a zero defect or a very high productivity, and we try to implement that in other projects so that we can have the benefit at other places. Innovation in multiple aspects have happened, okay, and at Max, all this leading to customer satisfaction. All but, I would like to summarize that, overall, with the deployment of this high maturity practices, governance, and so on, we have seen that the persistence as well as the habit of process improvement is something which has been the best possible outcome or takeaway of implementing this CMMI 2.0 high maturity practices. So with that, I end my session, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Manish. That was very interesting. But I think the real debate right now is between the dinner and the question. So, but anyway, having said that, I think there is one question we can take. And this question is, how do you measure innovation in terms of metrics, and how is it optimized? And so keeping in mind that they need to go for dinner in some places and lunch at some places and breakfast at some others, please let us know a crisp answer, Manish. Yeah.
Okay. So you're talking about innovation metrics.
That's right. How do you measure innovation, and how do you optimize the measurements for innovation? Yeah.
Okay. So thanks for this question. I think it's very thoughtful. And while there have been many traditional ways of saying, there is an innovation, or this is what we have a possibility to be done. On the table, if the customer is accepting your innovation, he is looking forward to implement it in their project. Okay. That's where, you do a pilot or some kind of a demonstration, and the customer says, yes, I can go for it. That's the real metrics that they have shown their interest. Okay, rest other traditional metrics, they do not work. So they test a lot. And once we see that something has clicked for a customer, probably we also get a courage that, yes, this can be replicated. Of course, the life cycle based improvement of refining it, ensuring all the quality parameters, that all is there. But
absolutely,
yes, it has to be a sellable stuff.
Absolutely. No, I think that's a great point. You certainly sound like my nutritionist, who actually says that if your pants are getting tighter, that clearly says you're out of weight. You don't really need to step on the scale. And I completely agree with you that at the end of it, they all should make customer centric value, and they should certainly be looked at. And I think as a way to help the team members, or the attendees get a perspective, I will also share a few questions which attendees are posing here, Manish. It would be greatly helpful if you could answer them in detail on mail, and we could then share. And of course, your presentation, because I'm receiving constant reminders on the chat saying, we need the presentation, we need the presentation. So it'll be very helpful if you could share us the presentation. And thank you for joining us today. And I really appreciate you taking time and then presenting your insight to us. Really appreciate it, Manish. Thank you.
And, glad to be here. Thanks to everyone.
Absolutely. So great. So to everyone, on the call, and on the summit, the best part right now is, of course, that day one is over. It concluded. Now, what we are going to do is, we will certainly have the same setup for tomorrow. That will be 3:30 in India time. That's when we would start the session again, where that would be track 3. And there are certainly a number of pointers, questions that you may have come across. So as a follow through, we will certainly be recording the answers to this. We will be circulating these questions to the relevant speakers. We will get their perspectives and opinions, and we certainly would be mailing. We also have recorded these sessions for the benefit of those who have not been able to make it due to some project pressure or due to personal emergencies. So we will certainly send you the link, and we certainly would love to see you tomorrow back at 3:30 India time, 6 a.m. Boston time, and for wherever in the rest of the world, certainly it is suitable to you. So thank you for joining today, and have a great evening. And I'm sure there's a lot of food for thought. So mull it over the dinner, and we'll meet again tomorrow morning. Good night and good afternoon to others. Thank you.